Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody in the chat again. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. It's, what is it, Thursday already? So I'm actually, well, I might as well introduce myself for people who don't know me. I'm Margaret McLean, and welcome to everybody to our live stream coverage and legal analysis. Today is Thursday, August 6th, and we'll be tuning back into the Plymouth County Superior Court in Massachusetts for live streaming of the Lindsay Clancy Trial. So for those of us just joining, Lindsay Clancy is a Duxbury mother accused of the January 2023 Triple M. The victims are Cora, Dawson, and baby Callan. Now, the defense does not dispute, I don't have my microphone next to me. The defense does not dispute the acts themselves. Instead, the entire trial hinges on Lindsay Clancy's state of mind. So her lawyer, Kevin Reddington, insists she was suffering from severe postpartum psychosis and had lost control of her thoughts and her actions. Conversely, the prosecution alleges that her actions were deliberately planned, pointing to her sending her husband out on errands right before the terrible tragedy occurred. So the Commonwealth is spending quite a bit of time characterizing Lindsay's self. So what she did was she jumped out the second story window, and the Commonwealth trying to prove that the self-inflicted neck and wrist cuts, so she cut herself in her neck and her wrist, where the Commonwealth says, hey, those are superficial. They weren't actively bleeding, which supports the Commonwealth's narrative that her 20-foot jump from the window was a secondary calculated reaction to realizing what she had done rather than a desperate action driven by psychosis. So it's a battle over Lindsay Clancy's mind. Prosecution produced DNA evidence to prove that the victim's DNA was on those exercise bands. The purpose of that was to achieve several legal objectives. They must establish the cause and manner of death, meaning the prosecution must clinically prove how the victims died. So earlier, doctors provided expert testimony regarding the physical state of the victims, the extent of their injuries, and of course, the timeline of the fatal injuries as well. And yesterday, the court heard compelling technical and forensic testimony from toxicologists, crime lab scientists, and the family's former part-time nanny. We also saw the lawyers enter a stipulation of facts, which streamlines the chain of custody for DNA and blood evidence so the jury can focus directly on this central issue in this case, which is criminal responsibility. So today, the state is expected to continue calling witnesses to establish Clancy's exact medical and behavioral state leading up to that darkest, most horrible day. And of course, under Massachusetts law, because the defense raised lack of criminal responsibility, the burden shifts entirely to the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was legally sane at the exact moment of the crimes. So will they meet that burden? And here we are, waiting for the jury to get settled, the court to start. I might as well do this so you can kind of see me. Oh, Pam, you're getting dressed to go finish weeding. You know what? So I told you, as you know, I'm in New York, and I have this deck at home in Situate, Massachusetts, with beautiful flowers that I planted in the spring. And I planted it looks beautiful this year because I celebrated my daughter's baby shower before she gave birth to the babies. But I'm so worried that my youngest daughter isn't watering them as much as they should. So I'm constantly praying for rain in Massachusetts. Sorry, everyone from Massachusetts. Hi, Tracy. Nice to see you in the chat. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Amber. Yeah, so, oh gosh. And I actually, I've got 2 weeks left in New York, but I love the baby. So I'm going to be torn, and I just can't wait to get home and see my 3 little kitties and all of that. Hopefully my lawn isn't too long. Good morning, Molly. I appreciate everybody in the chat, as I mentioned before. So today should be a long day, actually. We're going in the afternoon, all morning and in the afternoon. And of course, yesterday was a half day, which was kind of nice. Hopefully you guys, oh, thank you. Yeah, my necklace. Yeah, it's one of my summer necklaces. Thank you. I'll have to wear some of the clothes. I've gotten some great sales here in New York. Oh, it's rained every day in South Carolina. Really? Huh. Geez, dandelion jungle. Now I'm getting worried I'd gotten. So we had such a drought in Massachusetts that I only had to mow my own lawn like 3 times. But God knows the state of it. I'll have to send my son over. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out what to do with my daughter who had the twins. She's turning 30 this weekend. So I'm thinking of taking her to jazz. And if anybody knows the Roxy, which is in Tribeca, they have a great little jazz club in the basement. It's called Jenga. So remind me during one of the breaks, I'll have to get some tickets. Yeah, so we'll probably do that. Oh, thank you, Amber. Yep, early happy birthday. 30 is such a big, can you imagine 30 years old? I remember thinking 30 was old. Now I think it's so young. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. What else is going on? So you guys told me yesterday about that streamer. What was his name? The guy that did the act on TikTok. I did go back and look at that. You know, the tried to self-harm himself yesterday on TikTok. What a shame. Perez Hilton, thank you. What a shame. I mean, I see that as a major cry for help. And it's what I think is really disturbing, though, is that people can do things like that online, on YouTube or on TikTok. He had been kicked off TikTok before. I'm not sure why, but will TikTok allow him back on? Will they make an exception for somebody suffering from mental illness? Because clearly he was suffering. But I think it would be quite disturbing and horrible. Like, what if some kids were watching that, or we happened to be on somebody's laptop and the kids were there? I mean, I just find that horrifying, right? I mean, God, it was awful. TikTok is also notoriously horrible when it comes to moderating content like that. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of TikTok. I got on there for a little bit and then I'm like, this platform's not really for me. I probably should be on there, but I like YouTube. So it's still up on World Star. Yeah, that's sad. And of course, the family made a statement. Clearly, this man needs help. I mean, he's got, he was obviously committed. I mean, he was it. And I talk about, this trial deals with mental health. So that trial brings out mental health as well. I mean, he had no clothes on and he starts, cutting himself like that so was clearly in some state of psychosis. So again, both cases go to mental health. Here, it's pretty tough because, as I've mentioned before, it seems to go both ways. But I mean, the chat, some of you clearly think, well, a lot of you want to remember we're in the Commonwealth's case in chief. So a lot of you are saying, I need more time. I need to hear from the experts on psychosis. But there are many people that say, hey, she did this, and it feels like she did it deliberately and with premeditation based on some of the evidence, like, sending her husband out on the errands. Plus, those witnesses, I think, were crucial that we heard really early on. The witness from CVS who spoke with her over the phone, and the manager from the 3V restaurant who also spoke with her over the phone right before she committed the acts. And we had Patrick Clancy, who she was on the phone with him as well, and she could have been committing the acts at the time because she sounded like she was in the middle of something. So those were 3 witnesses that I think the jurors will hang on to. Tracy says, I have to go to the city today, so unfortunately I'm going to miss a lot of it. Well, when you get home, I'll try to give you a real great recap. When you say city, what city are you talking about, Tracy? I forget, which city do you live near? I always think it's so interesting to hear where people are from. And it's pretty amazing that we can all watch the same trial from our computers or our phones from all over the world. So, Toronto. Oh my gosh. You know what? I've got to get to Toronto. I went when I was much younger with my family, but I would love to get back there for sure. Great city to visit. Awesome food, and I'm a foodie, so yeah. Well, have fun in Toronto, and it's great. It's great to have you in the chat again. Collier, by definition, let's see what Collier has to say. I'm going to put you right up. Collier, good morning, Collier. It's great to hear from you. By definition, occurs concurrently with active sepsis. However, long-term cognitive impairment, persistent brain dysfunction, and delayed neuropsychiatric symptoms can persist, emerge, or continue to. Wow. So Collier is out in California. And good morning. Very interesting. All right, and here's the court.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, the matter before the court today, we have Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Good morning, counsel.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, let me talk to everybody just a little bit about this morning's proceedings. All right, counsel.
Yes, that was very interesting, Collier. And Collier is a part of the team, so I have this wonderful team behind me. In order to do what I do, I've got Collier out in California, and he's a producer, one of the best. So he's been working on various films, and it's just awesome to have. I have got Collier, Amber, and Steve Cohen's in New York. So they are, we have a great team, and that's what keeps the show going. So I love it. So Tracy, I'd like to hear from the doctors that treated her before all this happened. Yes, and of course we will be hearing from them. I imagine the Commonwealth will call those doctors. Now remember, there's a civil lawsuit against those doctors filed by Patrick Clancy for wrongful death. So will that make a difference? I mean, they are, there's insurance behind them. So we all know that. Doctors pay very high rates for insurance. So we've got insurance companies defending, and that will likely be settled. But, the fact that they're being sued, or they're going to try to defend themselves by, saying that she appeared, I mean, of course they're going to say, listen, clinically, we tried to help her, but I don't know, will they say she wasn't in postpartum psychosis? I don't know what they're going to say, to be honest. But just keep in mind, when we hear that testimony, there's a civil case against them for wrongful death. So, yes, I do have a rock star team, and I'm really appreciative of them. So, and did the pill crushing come up in testimony? That's a really good question. And Judy answers that, Pam, according to the prosecution. So was that in the opening statement? I'll have to relook at that. So, yeah. Remember, she tried to end her life. I wonder if they'll claim she was non-compliant with her medications. Yeah, I've already heard, I think we've already heard some testimony on being not, you mean, the doctors that treated her. Yeah, I imagine they will say that, because, they're defending themselves and their actions as well, and their reputations. So it'll be I agree. I'm wondering when they will take the stand. So my coffee's already cold. One thing I don't like about this place in New York is I'm a Keurig person, and this is a drip coffee, and I just feel like it gets cold faster, all that. So Tracy, Margaret, do you think this case is more complicated than Andrea Yates? Yeah, I do. I do think it is. And we need to have a discussion. Maybe at lunch we'll have a discussion about the Andrea Yates trial in detail. I think there's so many gray areas to this, and I'm surprised at the amount of people watching it. I thought that people wouldn't want to watch it because of the acts themselves. It's horrible. Many people do stay away. Oh, I can't look at that. I can't watch that. But I think it's, if you can look at what the crux of this case is all about intent, which is the criminal intent. The Latin is mens rea, because she's admitted to the acts, which the Latin is actus reus. Of course, that's part of my teaching at Boston College. I get into the Latin a little bit and the reasons. I loved the history of the law. So we did talk a little bit about Hippocrates. For those of you that weren't, I don't know, I like my Hippocrates part. So back in 400 BC, the Hippocrates recorded the earliest known case involving a woman experiencing confusion, hallucinations, insomnia 6 days after giving birth to twins, and he attributed it to excess blood flow to the brain. So this woman was from Cyrus, and somewhere in Greece, and he noted that she suffered from severe restlessness. We heard that in the Lindsay Clancy case. She had incoherent speech. We don't have any evidence of incoherent speech on behalf of Lindsay Clancy. And he noted delirium following the birth. So delirium really is what we would now call psychosis. And he termed it the acute mental and physical inflammation observed in new mothers. So this was something, 400 BC is a long time ago. So this postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis is a condition that's been going on for many, many centuries. Oh gosh, they're taking a long break, and I wonder why. Oh, so did Yates had no medication in her system, okay. Did Patrick mention she had incoherent speech? I remember her rocking back and forth on the couch. I remember her being up at one point for something like 42 hours, very long time. I think one of the worst things she was suffering was that insomnia. So that's the great thing about having this chat. We all remember different things. And of course, that's the beauty of the jury. So this is interesting. Pam, I prefer Rumble over YouTube if you haven't checked it out. Less ads during live streams, and I can dim my phone screen and keep it playing. Oh, very interesting. Huh. You know what, Pam? I've never heard of Rumble. I'm sure Collier's going back to Margaret. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. That's really interesting. They're always coming up with new platforms. So YouTube has demonetized me every single day due to the nature of what we're talking about, even though I've tried to be safe about it. So the interesting thing, if they're playing ads on my stream, yet not paying me for it, I don't know, and I'm not about to fight YouTube because that'd be too much. But Yeah, that's interesting. Rumble. I wonder if I could stream on both platforms at once. I'll have to ask Collier that. That'll be something to ask one of the team members. So, um, huh. I wonder how many people are on that platform. That's really good to know. So now I'm wondering what they are talking about. Rumble won't demonetize you. Gosh, you guys know so much more than me about um, these platforms. I love it. I really like learning from you guys. And again, I feel like we are like a jury as we're watching this case. And that's exactly, like I said, I served on a jury, and I don't know how many of you have served on a jury, but the key to the jury is people remember different things. When Patrick testified, did he say she had incoherent speech? I don't remember that. I'm going to have to go back and listen. But the fact that I think Pam remembers it or Judy remembers it. Yes. And then we're talking about, so I'd like to talk about Andrea Yates when we have more time during lunch. I think that would be interesting. Yeah, it's a jury of the public. Exactly, Amber. And that's why watching these trials together really will give us an idea of how the jury might come out on this one. Right now, if we were all members of the jury, I would say it would be a hung jury right now. But remember, we're still in the Commonwealth's case in chief. So, oh, here we go. Can you hear Michelle? There is audio.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
I know conspiracy theories. My daughter was telling me about the conspiracy theories yesterday about Patrick Clancy. I think it's insane. But you know what? She tends to fall for them. My youngest daughter. Hi, Lori.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, then for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Same rule.
Another doctor.
Come on, man. Start
Good morning. Do solemnly say that the testimony you give which you shall give to the court and the jury will be
All right, good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, come off. Could I see Counselor Sylvia for a second? Just for
Another break. Yeah, I agree with the chat. She does look like she's on something. I thought every day she's looks medicated, and I'm sure they've got her on a watch at the hospital. Because can you imagine being Lindsay Clancy? Whether you believe, I don't know. And so when she breaks down, so she broke down yesterday crying when the nanny was describing the kids. Do you think that, what do you think the jury thinks about that? That's a question I would give you guys. This doctor looks very serious, ready to go.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, come off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How
Oh,
long have
wow.
you done that?
Yep.
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests such as toxicology.
And I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, Should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
Okay. If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, so let me just, remember, Mr. Dre, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape. All right. I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented during the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning.
This is going to be hard.
As well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960.
Oh, God. We may not see the autopsy photos
Not yet.
because there was a pretrial ruling that we wouldn't.
Yes.
It's going to be bad.
Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy. And I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions. And you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there just to highlight the
I
area
agree,
you're talking
Lori.
about the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about 1/2 inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is 1/2 inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. You could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you?
Here, sorry. I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top one.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor.
First the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph, and then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please.
God.
Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead, and that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
It is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with the ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Clancy as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel? Thank you. All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just briefly?
So that was obviously very emotional and very important testimony for the Commonwealth. Remember, the Commonwealth must prove cause of death. So this this particular medical examiner, Dr. Kimberly Springer, is the one who testified about.
Court, all rise.
Okay, they're
Jurors, please close the door, folks.
taking a brief. It's interesting. Why are they taking a break right now? Is it because Lindsay Clancy is losing control because she's obviously very upset at seeing and hearing? I don't know if she actually looked at the autopsy photos, but she was shaking and crying during this testimony, which from Dr. Kimberly Springer, who testified about the cause of death for Callan. Of course, it was complications of mechanical asphyxia. And, it's just emotional, even though we are not allowed to see those autopsy photographs due to a pretrial motion hearing. We can still hear it and imagine it. Imagine those linear abrasions on the neck. The blood vessels in the eyes were burst, and when they are compressed, they rupture. So I can't imagine what that looks like on a baby. And then the fact that the lack of oxygen causes the brain to die and the organs to fail. So you just think about this life, this, I can't even. It's tough to hear this. And what is the jury going to think? Again, this is key for the prosecution. Obviously, they have to prove cause of death. It's part of their case in chief, but it's also very emotional, and it brings it home to the jury how upsetting this is to see this Callan's life was just snuffed out, and he had such a large life in front of him. I mean, 8 months old. It's just very hard to watch. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the jurors were crying and needed a break as a result of this, because you've got mothers in the jury, right? I knew this was going to be tough when the medical examiner testified. Yeah, I think you're right. The jury needs a break, most likely. Somebody might have raised their hand, because I can't imagine seeing those autopsy photographs. We knew it was going to be tough. And again, the Commonwealth is their main goal is to achieve justice for these 3 victims. And this is one of the strongest parts of their case. Yeah, she always hides. So Molly is talking about the, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to talk here, but she's talking about Lindsay Clancy and how she buries her face in her hands and she visibly cries and shakes. She won't look up. On the one hand, it's very sad. On the other, I would think that shows guilt, that she knows what she did. I also think, yes, she knows what she did. The issue is, did she know what she did at the time she committed the acts? Now she appears medicated, but she appears sane to me. She's able to follow along with her case, so she's not in a state of psychosis now. But can you imagine for a second if she was in fact in a state of psychosis and knows she did these things? It would be devastating, right? It just unbelievably devastating. If she planned it and it was premeditated and she did it, it may be signs of guilt. And but either way, I think the fact that she shows remorse is, I think it looks genuine. So I think it's a good thing for her defense, because if she sat there not showing any remorse, that certainly wouldn't look good at all. Well, I think that, they have to prove death. So Amber, I think they didn't want to show that to the jury, showing all 3. So I think they picked one. Maybe what I'm thinking is, a different medical examiner may have done the autopsy on each individual, because you have to prove, as a former prosecutor, I can tell you, you have to prove cause of death. So they're going to need that proof for each child, each victim here. Were they face up when found, or did Patrick turned them over? That's a really good question. I know that I believe they were face down, and he testified. So, yeah, I believe that's right. I think the children were found face down. She did it from behind, so that she wouldn't be able to see their faces, and that's what people are thinking about. So, some people think she's a coward. She did what she did. It obviously, just based on the testimony of the medical examiner and the first responders, we know that it was a very painful death, and it took some time. Horrible, 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 horrible. I mean, the victims must have been squirming, and the ones that were still alive were hearing the other ones. So if you imagine the entire scene, it's absolutely horrifying. The jury is going to be thinking about that. They're going to be thinking about the fact that they were found face down. And are they going to think that she was a coward, that, oh, wow, it hurt when she tried to cut her wrists and her neck? Gee, that hurt. And that, so how will they view Lindsay Clancy? They're going to really have to buy into the theory that she was in a state of psychosis, severe psychosis, in order to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. So again, it will be all up to the experts here. Yeah, we will see all three autopsies, and it's going to be tough. This is going to be a tough, long day for the jury. It'll be interesting to see how the prosecution orders the witnesses, because I think to hear all three medical examiners at once for all three children, in the same day, will be very emotional and tough. Will they break that up with other witnesses? If I'm a prosecutor, I think I might break it up. Well, there's a theory: do you get it over with, or do you break it up? And remember, this is strong evidence for the prosecution. It's necessary evidence, but it's also emotional evidence. Some of those jurors will side for those children no matter what. They're going to say, I'm on the side of the victims. This woman needs to be punished. So, and she needs to be sent to jail. Anyway, no, I think we're going to have to hear all three. Yeah, because as a prosecutor, I can tell you, you need to prove that cause of death. It's just, this is, again, one of the most emotional cases I've ever seen. I mean, my God, it doesn't get worse. It really doesn't get worse than this. Yeah. And I'm happy to take more legal questions from the chat, because again, I think it's interesting that we're all watching this as jurors are watching this. We all remember different things. We all remember pieces. Yeah, I did not, Amber, I did not know what I was getting into when I decided to follow this trial. We knew, yeah, I agree with you, Amber, but we also know that, yes, it's horrific. But I think the fact that there are so many gray areas in this trial, that I think it's a trial that's very interesting to follow. And of course, we have to get through this tough testimony. Thank God we're not able to see those photographs. I mean, I can't imagine. I'm glad I'm not in Massachusetts. I am going to go to court. I'll be leaving New York in about 2 weeks from today, or 2 weeks from Tuesday, actually, a couple days ago. So I do hope to get into court for part of this trial, just to observe the jury. What are they doing? How are they looking at Lindsay Clancy? Do they look like they're sympathizing with her? I'm sure some are, and I'm sure some aren't. So, if the jury is hung, do you think the Commonwealth will retry this case, or can they offer a plea? That's a really good question. I think Tim Cruz, the district attorney, would retry this case. And will they offer I mean, they haven't offered a plea so far. And in this case, I imagine a plea would be to plead to involuntary manslaughter, something like that. But perhaps, yeah, I don't know. I think, knowing prosecutors, and remember, I thought it was interesting in the opening statements, Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney, started right out and pointed Tim Cruz out, who was sitting right in the front row, and said, basically, why did they bring these charges in the first place? So that kind of challenged him a bit, and maybe based on that as well, they'll keep going with it. Remember, they're having worked in a DA's office. Their thought process is, I'm going to get justice for the victims here. So they're looking at this case, on behalf of those victims. So I think they would probably try it again because they feel that they need to get justice for those 3 children. Wait, somebody said, please explain something. And, oh, so there was so Molly, you must, after the crime, a new playground was built in Duxbury that was named after Callan. Oh man, that's really nice that they did that in honor of those 3 children. So I didn't know that, Molly. I do go to Duxbury. Again, it's not that far from my house. I've gone there quite a bit. I think it's nice that they honored them. I really do. But, I'm sure people have different opinions on that. Gosh, one of the jurors must really be breaking down. I mean, it's kind of a long break. I think, why would she put everyone through this, not the Commonwealth? Oh, well, meaning Lindsay Clancy. Lindsay Clancy doesn't want to go to prison. She'd rather be in a mental institution. So either way, she's not going to get out. As I mentioned before, Massachusetts has very strict guidelines. There's all sorts of, there's quite a process in place here in Massachusetts. I'm in New York now, but in Massachusetts. So it's quite a review. The district attorney's office will file a motion for petition to have her committed. That will be allowed based on what happened. I'm sure that will be allowed. And she'll have a psychiatric team. So once a year, they will go back and review the case. The court will be involved, including all the doctors who are seeing her. And the issue is, will she present a harm to others or a harm to herself? I think the key is, she's probably not going to want to live. And I imagine she would present quite a harm to herself. But it will be, I imagine her being institutionalized for years following this. They look at the brutality of the circumstances and the facts here. But she is in a wheelchair. So can she harm others while she's in a wheelchair? I think that would be tough because she is paralyzed. But can she wheel around and get a knife or something to, unalive herself? Absolutely. Yeah, Lori, she could get out. Right. But I think it would take quite a while for her to get out. So the issue is, does she deserve? People do. There are people that say, yes, she deserves to be in prison for the rest of her life. Of course, prison would have to make some accommodations for her as well, accommodations for her wheelchair, and also she would be provided therapy, and she would have to get her medications in prison. So there are accommodations for people like that. But either way, I guess it's a prison. I mean, her mind living with what she did is prison within itself. It's living hell. I wouldn't want to live like that. That's for sure. No, she wouldn't be in Gen Pop in prison. So general population. The other thing too, prison's kind of scary as well, because the prisoners, there's a code. They don't like it when people kill, people do this to, do what she did. Let's put it that way. I have to be careful what I say, although no matter what, I'm demonetized. Whatever, I don't care. But she, look what happened to Whitey Bulger. So I followed the Whitey Bulger trial. I was there every day for that and wrote a book on it. And he was supposed to be protected in prison, but they got to him. There was the inside job there, and they got to him, and you don't want to know what happened to him. It was pretty bad. So, and he was old, in his 80s when what happened to him happened to him. And I can't say it. It was bad. Some people say he deserved it. But in prison, you never know what can happen. Somebody could get to her, possibly. God knows what they could do. So that's another thing that, maybe she doesn't want to be in prison because of that. So she's better off in a mental institution, in her mind, I'm sure, and in her lawyer's mind. Unalived, I know. The park. Okay, yeah. I'll have to go to Duxbury when I get back and see it. Oh my goodness. So Molly, you must be a South Shore person as well. Yeah. Someday we'll have to have some coffee, talk about the case. But yeah, I have a feeling one of the jurors is breaking. Well, you never know, but I have a feeling maybe it's a long break. I didn't expect this to happen like this. So what can we talk about? So again, the testimony was just awful, I thought. And let's just review for some of the people that have not, that, maybe missed yesterday, missed the day before. Some of the things that I thought was interesting were her journal entries. So, for example, I thought that was an interesting part of the case, and that went to clear mind evidence. So the prosecution introduced her journal entries, and instead of showing erratic behavior, the state argues that these journals or records show a woman highly focused and on her medications. They're claiming that she acted with clarity rather than under the influence of severe delusion. They also want to show that she was very meticulous, and the theory of their case is that she was so meticulous down to the T when she was caring for the children with their schedules and their nap times and their sleep times, especially the baby. We also heard she posted in Facebook on a Facebook group saying how hard it was for her to take care of Dawson, who was a toddler at the time. She was really struggling with his rambunctiousness and all of that. So, the prosecution strategy, remember, is on proving deliberate premeditation and intent to counter the defense's lack of criminal responsibility. So, so far, I think the prosecution is presenting a pretty solid case as far as that goes. They have the evidence on day one of, as I mentioned earlier, the 3 witnesses that testified. She seemed to be in a clear state of mind, rational talk and behavior prior to the incident, or on the day of the incident. So she didn't seem to be slurring her words, or she wasn't rocking back and forth on the couch as she had been previously. And yes, Patrick Clancy testified that she was struggling with high anxiety, lack of sleep, say 2 months, several months, or after the baby was born, she was suffering from postpartum depression. And she went around to different medical providers. She really actively sought help. So that will certainly help the defense case. So I think that, yeah, and I think that helps. But then, the other issue that the Commonwealth is spending a lot of time, I noticed also, on characterizing Lindsay's self-inflicted neck and wrist cuts as superficial, not actively bleeding. So the jury must decide, was this a real attempt to unalive herself, right? Or was it contrived because, she consciousness of guilt evidence. So she knows what she did. She did it in a deliberate attempt. This is the Commonwealth's case. She did it because she was losing control. She didn't want to go back to work, and she did this to her children as a result. So their narrative, it supports the Commonwealth's narrative that her 20-foot jump from the window was a secondary calculated reaction to realizing what she had done, rather than a desperate action driven by psychosis. So almost every piece of evidence here can be looked at from two different angles. Like that, for example, Kevin Reddington, through his cross-examination on these witnesses about the superficial cuts, he went on to say, well, she ended up paralyzed. And he tried to argue, yeah, but there was still a lot of blood. So he's trying to, the Commonwealth is building up its case, and Kevin Reddington is trying to break it down. And he's a very good cross-examiner. He doesn't ask a million questions. He asks the important questions, and then he sits down. So, but of course, yesterday I thought the court also heard compelling technical and forensic testimony from the toxicologists. We had crime lab scientists, and of course the former nanny was a big piece of this. I thought the nanny, I thought that the nanny was good for the Commonwealth and good for the defense. The nanny was good for the Commonwealth because, again, she brought those children to life for jurors. She talked a little bit about each child, and, baby Callan was such a sweet, easy baby. And she talked about Cora, little girl who liked to play with certain things. She loved to play with her little store. She had some little toy store that she played with. And then Dawson was rambunctious but super funny, and so she brought them to life. And again, they are the victims. The Commonwealth is trying to achieve justice for the victims. But then on the flip side, she also said that she believed Lindsay Clancy was a very good mother, that she loved her children, and she also said that she didn't think that Lindsay Clancy was, in her opinion, was too controlling. So that part helped the defense. The defense is arguing that Lindsay Clancy was such a good mother, that she cared for her kids very much. And Patrick also testified to that. And doing this to her kids would naturally be a break from reality, because a loving mother wouldn't do something like this to her kids. So she had to be in a state of severe psychosis. And I do think that her crying, we see her crying during the autopsies various times throughout the case. It shows remorse, and I think it is good. If she sat there and didn't show any remorse, I think that would be against her. I think that would hurt her. So, let's see some of the chat here. Wow, this is a really long break. A lot of people want to put in that she was a nurse and should have known how to unalive herself. That's interesting, but highly doubtful. If in psychosis mental break, would that training kick in? Well, if you're not in your right frame of mind, that would be an argument for the defense. I agree with you, Amber. So this long break, which I have to keep talking. Geez, I'm going to have to start talking about my cats pretty soon. Because I feel like I'm being repetitive. Tell me if you think I'm being repetitive. But, so first of all, do you think this long break is because of Lindsay or a jury member? I think it's because of a jury member. Or maybe more than one jury member. Lindsay was crying, but I don't know. And I love the fact you're watching Mrs. P, thanks for watching from Germany. I really appreciate it. I had somebody in the chat watching from Ecuador this week. And I would love, Mrs. P, I'd like to know, and I'm sure the chat would like to know, how are cases handled like this in Germany? So I talked a little bit the other day about how Britain handles some of these cases. So I think in 1936, there was a case where we had postpartum psychosis, and a case very similar to this. And they came out with a new law. It was dealing with infanticide. So it basically carves out somewhat of an exception for somebody suffering with postpartum psychosis. Illinois also has a law similar, carves out somewhat of an exception or some type of mitigation because of if you can prove that somebody was suffering from postpartum psychosis. So I'm curious as to what happens in Germany. So never heard of one like this before. Neither have I. Well, we've had people, Andrea Yates, but this one is something else. I imagine Germany may handle it the same way we would handle it, putting somebody on trial and then producing evidence of postpartum psychosis. So here we go. Thank God.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
I'd like to know how long your
Yes, Your Honor.
maternity leave is. I think that's interesting. Yes, it has, Molly.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
Oh, another doctor. So this might be another medical examiner. Maybe they do want to get it all over at once.
Good morning. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony we have issued Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rochert, LINDSAY ROSSHIRT.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long did you work there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had I, can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself, or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that, to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time would move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objection?
By agreement.
They may be admitted.
If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes, so since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that, when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at. Mm-hmm. Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you. Mm-hmm. You just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible. It's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all 3 of them, right?
All 3.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature. Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck, and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you, that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Latasha Dukes, nothing about her?
No.
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
No, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep, or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Mental institution.
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her in January...
Know that.
So when you saw her in January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Susan Freyon.
Oops.
Watch your stuff, please.
Morning.
Morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Fraone, SUSAN FRAONE,
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts,
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool daycare.
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or is that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him.
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times. But then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross.
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asks you were there difficult drop offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy, or they cry, or they cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either, I don't know, but
Times.
so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion, I guess, that Dawson
Yes.
would cry?
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged?
Yes.
As well as Cora?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You sit down. Thank you.
Well, the question is So, Judy, I think you have an interesting observation here. The prosecution seems to be helping the defense with these last two witnesses.
Susan Bertolo as its next witness, please.
Yeah, I would agree with that because, through cross-examination, which Reddington is very good at, he's able to get them to say, yeah, she was a good mother. She brought the kids. They didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Of course, the prosecution is trying to get, she wasn't suffering from psychosis, according to these people. She didn't seem like she was suffering from insomnia and all these things. So she seemed normal interactions, but that doesn't mean that she didn't suddenly go into psychosis when the acts happened. So I don't know. I see where the Commonwealth is going with this, but, maybe it neutralizes each other, these witnesses.
Good morning.
Hard to say.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right. And keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the sunflower group.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15. And then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, your role with the kids in the sunflower room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes. So the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the sunflower room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple, went over to the sweet pea room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the sunflower room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay. So fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with the number of kids in the class.
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who you dropped off?
Both parents dropped off Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns, so we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email or typically our class dojo, which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know or do you recall who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you, that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it. So we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch. And if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child. And that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you?
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the Sweet Pea room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay. And that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly. And I just was letting her know. And she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day?
Yep.
Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was that she said something about her mom being in the hospital.
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember it was said.
But fair to say it was closer in time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year.
Yes.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I didn't really think that witness was very necessary, to be honest. What do you guys think about that?
Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
So many witnesses. Again, remember there were 200 on the original list, which was whittled down, but still. I think that's why Kevin Reddington didn't cross-examine the last witness, because I don't think it was really necessary. The fact that she was constipated doesn't really
Speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up. Pull that
say
down.
anything about Lindsay's mental state of mind.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams.
And Williams, that's just common spelling?
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher.
And where do you work?
At Learning Sprouts Children's Center.
And where is that located?
In Duxbury.
And how long have you worked for Learning Sprouts?
About 6.5 years.
What age group do you teach?
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name?
Yes.
Okay. And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Sweet Pea room then?
Yes.
And how many people teachers would be in the Sweet Pea room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Sweet Pea room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5-year-olds, that would only be there in your Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
In the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Sweet Pea room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack. And then if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally the afternoon kids in the Sweet Pea room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yes, that's when we close at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sprouts when she was 3. Mm-hmm. And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5,
Yes.
she would come 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the sunflower room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the sunflower
Yes.
room? Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she, when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well? If she just
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon. And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does a parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not the building?
Yes, because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson and we'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
And when she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I would.
And as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please step down. Thank you.
Watch your step.
Commonwealth calls Andrea Hennigan.
So the last witness called her a loving mother who cared about her children, and I think that's why Attorney Reddington chose not to cross-examine her, because that's what he would have tried to get out of her. So, but it was January 23rd, which was the crucial date, so she seemed normal. So that's what the prosecution is trying to show.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hennigan, AndreaHennigan.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital.
And do you work at any specific department there?
Labor and delivery.
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
My friend works with her.
As part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards, in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And if these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022. So after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Ms. Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the
lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and 2 other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist.
During this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetrics or social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups. And I asked that woman, could you share those names? And I sent them to Lindsay.
Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety was my understanding.
And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the 2 other nurses who she had confided in. And we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a Happy New Year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, "Hi, I've been thinking of you. Wondering if you're still in the daily program," I believe I said. So maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, "I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult." Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking. So I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone. It was that same kind of hopeful tone.
Yes, as far as I remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
So I thought that really helped the defense because, she talked about side effects of meds, insomnia, expressed concern over Lindsay.
So even during the, say, the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have a positive outlook on her health.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school, all the way up through.
Yes.
Till she finally had the last baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay, it was more of a calling that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart. And mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
Thank you. And during the period of time in the fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes. She talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private, but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
And when she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon? Or
the night shift?
Night shift.
Mm-hmm.
So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on, something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time I met her as a young woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was, now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
In other words, she didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Well, in my opinion, that certainly was good for the defense. You know, that was Lindsay's work colleague and helped. She talked about the negative side effects of some of the meds she was on multiple times. She talked about Lindsay's insomnia, brain fog. She was in a difficult mental state. She expressed concern for Lindsay. And this goes to the theory of the defense case. She also described Lindsay as very nurturing and caring and worked through COVID. And I think Reddington specifically mentioned COVID because that was a time when the medical community really had to step up. So that was smart by Reddington. So here she painted Lindsay as a loving mother who loved her family and her kids and would never want to leave that life. So therefore, the defense would argue that, doing what she did was really out of character. So she must have been in a state of psychosis.
Good morning.
So back to testimony. I don't like to interrupt.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Bethany DeColibus, BETHANY DECOLLIBUS.
And your date of birth?
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And
Interesting.
do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been licensed for close to 12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends, met as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior?
No.
Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and that, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realized that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that?
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that? Or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct?
Yes.
But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
Do you recall saying previously that she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
It was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers, and I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
And during this conversation at dinner, did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
No.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
She mentioned feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
Did you have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
And she was able to engage with you and the other parents there, engage with her children and the other children, correct?
She was.
And do you recall stating previously that at the party she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11. Have you look at page 11 and bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12. Does that refresh your memory as to a conversation that you had with the police back in 2023 where you said that she seemed fine at the party?
Sure. Yeah.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Reddington.
So, Monty,
Morning.
fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively things like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired,
Yes.
said that she was anxious,
Yes.
told you that at one point towards the end time frame into January that she felt like a zombie, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you, is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids? Did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
And you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices or drooling or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was a type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms?
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers?
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about over this period of time that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat that?
No, it's a bad question. Never mind. It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her. You'd been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's a way of keeping touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
But also, on occasion, you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber, and she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you my mom knows everything, and She's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned. Yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it, as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was in that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie, is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Let me step down.
She said she felt like a zombie
Take
right
a brief recess at this time.
before these
We're going
crimes
to take
occurred.
the morning recess at this
Interesting.
point.
Court, all rise, please. Girls, no votes. Okay.
Counsel, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, Your Honor.
No,
All right,
thank you.
so we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court, all rise.
Okay, so for a little bit of a recap and legal analysis here, I'll just leave it on the court thing. So, interesting day. A lot of people testified today. And just to go through what it was, first of all, I think the most helpful for the Commonwealth, or what really specifically, was the testimony of the state medical examiner, and that was Dr. Springer, Dr. Kimberly Springer. And she served as a foundational pillar, I would say, right, for the Commonwealth's prosecution strategy. Remember, the defense does not dispute that Clancy committed the acts. The prosecution, though, must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was legally sane. But you have to prove what the cause of death. And so, of course, the medical examiner was there for that purpose, testifying about baby Callan. I think the prosecution is trying to split the medical examiners up so they don't overwhelm the jury with all of that autopsy and the gruesome photographs of, the victims in this particular case. But it's something that must be presented for the Commonwealth to prove cause of death for each one of the victims. So, of course, that testimony was emotional. Jurors cried. And of course, Lindsay Clancy was openly sobbing in court. And that's why they took a break. I got that information from somebody inside the courtroom. So she went on to explain the cause of death of Callan. It was complications of mechanical asphyxia. There were linear abrasions on his neck, and blood vessels in his eyes were burst. So I can't even imagine how utterly emotional that would be to see those photographs. I mean, I can't even imagine. And I've seen quite a few photographs in my time of, autopsy photographs, and I can't imagine this one. That she explained that the blood vessels in the eyes are were compressed and that therefore they ruptured, caused by the pressure to the face, and lack of oxygen ultimately caused the brain to die and the organs to fail. And of course, they tried to revive Callan, but they did revive him. He did have a weak heartbeat, but ultimately Patrick had to pull the plug, which was super sad. We heard testimony about that. So after that, the court took a break, and I think it was so that Lindsay Clancy could get her act together, and plus I think it was good for the jury. So I had to talk a lot, but anyway, we got through that. We had a lot of great questions from the chat. So next we had the pediatrician that the children saw. She noted they were healthy, didn't notice anything about Lindsay that would indicate she was suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. There was no she wasn't flat or no flat affect, I think is what she used during the interactions. On cross, Attorney Reddington questioned about Lindsay's medical treatment and all of the meds she was on and the insomnia. Now, this particular pediatrician didn't treat Clancy for that, but Reddington was able to sort of get the jury back on track to Lindsay's side of the case. He did this. It was a strategy that he used. So I was surprised that it wasn't objected to, because remember, his questions aren't evidence yet. The jury hears them nonetheless, right? So he said stuff like, well, did you realize she was suffering from insomnia? No, I didn't. Did you realize she was seeking this medical treatment or she was on these meds? No, I didn't. So his questions are sort of bringing the jury back to Lindsay's state of mind and taking the focus away from what we heard earlier with the medical examiner. Also, Reddington ended that by saying she was a hell of a good mother. And the pediatrician admitted that. So that was a big score for the defense, in my opinion, because again, the jury's going to be thinking, how could this mother possibly do what she did unless she was under severe psychosis? Dawson's teacher came on, or the preschool teacher, and didn't notice anything unusual about Lindsay. The Commonwealth has these teachers on and the pediatrician to try to show, well, she wasn't slurring her words. She wasn't acting like someone, she didn't use these words, but somebody we might see walking the streets who's completely out of their minds, right? She seemed normal. Her speech seemed normal. And, did she seem excessively tired? Some witnesses said yes. So the preschool teacher also characterized Lindsay as a loving mother who cared about her children, and even talked about Lindsay picking up the children. Cora was sick and picked her up on January 23rd, and she seemed concerned for Cora, and they were heading home. I thought that, and Reddington didn't cross-examine her, I don't believe, but I thought that the work colleague was excellent. Let's see. I'm missing a chat. I missed the first three witnesses. Right, when the medical examiner took the stand, the respite caregiver for my mom. Oh, okay. Well, Pam, I'm going through the witnesses, so hopefully this will be a little bit of a catch up. And I know not everybody can sit here all day. I'm sitting here all day. I did get some milk and cereal and put myself off screen so you couldn't hear me crunching away. So then I went back on screen. But so after that, I actually thought the teacher was pretty good for Lindsay Clancy. For the defense overall. Again, describing her as a loving mother, and that's Reddington has painted her as a loving mother all along. The other thing too, during the medical examiner's testimony, the fact that Lindsay was shaking and crying shows remorse, that she's aware she did what she did. And, the issue is, was she in psychosis when she did what she did? I think if she stood there flat, if she just sat there flat throughout the whole thing, people in the chat and the jury would say, oh, this woman is cruel. She's cold. She doesn't care about what she did. So I think that would go to the Commonwealth's case. Mrs. P from Germany. Do you have any doubts about her guilt? German social media is flooded with theories suggesting that her husband may have been involved. You know what, Mrs. P? So, yeah, not just German social media, but our social media as well. I guess it's worldwide social media now, right? In fact, I was walking home. So, Mrs. P, you may not realize this, but my oldest daughter just gave birth to twins. So I'm in New York City now helping her, and it's been lovely. So I was walking home last night, taking the subway, of course, and my youngest daughter, who's 25, said, Mom, it's been all over the internet about, here, I'll put, yeah, all over the internet about theories suggesting that the husband may have been involved. And I said to her, and I'll say to you, I do not believe that to be true at all. People love conspiracy theories. And from what well, actually, look at the friend today. The last witness, actually, and I wonder if Reddington did this on purpose, because or the Commonwealth, the last witness was asked, did Lindsay ever complain about Patrick to you? And she said no. So there was, there were all sorts of rumors floating around that Patrick was having an affair because he got married already and he already has a baby. But you would think she would have confided in her best friend about, oh my, I feel like Patrick's cheating on me, or some of this anxiety would be related to a marriage that wasn't going well. But so far, we have heard no evidence whatsoever about that. And, having followed this case, like every single witness from the very beginning and even beforehand, and if you listen to Patrick's voice on the 911 call, I do believe he was truly shocked at what happened. All those people who really believed in the conspiracy theories, just have them listen to that 911 call. And I think that would change their mind, but I do not buy into any of that. And yes, so also there was a pre-trial ruling. Michelle, I want to talk to you about this. Only the jurors could see the autopsy photos, and only the jurors, because they didn't want those, the Commonwealth and the defense, neither side wanted the autopsy photographs leaked to the press. They didn't want those to be all over the internet, which, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Therefore, only the jurors could see those. And of course, whoever was in court on the day of the 911 call could actually hear the 911 call. But I wasn't in court that day. I personally haven't heard it, but I've read the transcript of it, and it's really horrific. So, Lori, I don't buy into it either. In my opinion, Patrick was a great dad and a loving husband, and that's what I've seen as well. And even his demeanor on the stand. But that's what the internet is all about. They love the conspiracy theories. Yeah, but I don't buy into them. I can talk about them, or I can talk about how ridiculous, in my opinion, they are. But I'm, of course, not going to fuel I'm here for legal analysis. And of course, I'm not going to, start speculating wildly on, yeah, thanks for my long-winded response. You should say long-winded there. But what's it like in Germany? Tell me. I was in Germany when I was in way back when I was in college. I'd love to go again. Oh, wait a minute. No, I went skiing near there, but not in Germany. So, yeah, this is another interesting. Michelle, men aren't great at mind reading about what women go through. He took her word for it. So I agree. I think he also wanted to see her get help. It seemed to me, he testified that they had a good family. She was a good mother. So he helped the defense quite a bit. But the sheer horror of what he went, he came home to on that fateful night just would make him sick, I'm sure. And he had to compartmentalize and ultimately move to New York City. And I agree Patrick has suffered enough, for sure. So, but that was a good question, because I was going to raise that. I mean, I couldn't believe my daughter. I'm like, come on, Kate, don't, you're falling for these conspiracy theories. So I set her straight as well. And then finally she said, okay, Mom, I've got to go do something else. So she didn't want to hear it anymore. Now, back to one of the witnesses. I thought that, let's see. Again, the preschool teacher, there were several preschool teachers that were on. I thought they painted, for the most part, Lindsay is a loving mother who cared about her children. And I also think that, the work colleague I thought was one of the best witnesses, because she helped the defense. She talked about Lindsay being very nurturing and caring. I also noticed how during cross-examination, Reddington said, "Oh, and Lindsay worked through COVID." So, that's kind of interesting, because I think any healthcare provider who worked through COVID, that was a really, really tough time. So I think he mentioned that on purpose as part of his strategy. Also, through this work colleague, she said Lindsay was not a complainer. She painted Lindsay as a loving mother, concerned about her kids, loved her family and kids. But she also noted that the side effects of the meds, that Lindsay told her, the side effects of these meds are causing all sorts of problems. They're causing insomnia, brain fog. And she admitted to her friend her work colleague, that she was in a difficult mental state. This bolsters the defense theory that the medical system failed her, because she wanted to get help. She wanted to be a good mother, but the medical system failed her. So Reddington is going to try to repeat that theory as much as he can through the Commonwealth's case and through his defense, his case in chief. So this witness expressed concern for Lindsay, and again, stressing that Lindsay was hopeful that she would get the help she needed, and she never complained about Patrick to her. All of that was good for Lindsay Clancy. Also, her friend, Lindsay Clancy's friend, not the work colleague, but the one that testified after, noticed that Lindsay appeared more tired after having baby Callan, and mentioned she had trouble sleeping and that Lindsay was seeking out a therapist. Lindsay said she felt like a zombie. And the Commonwealth, the reason the Commonwealth called these witnesses, so here's another theory that I would say a behind the scenes theory that I see going on here is the Commonwealth sometimes will call witnesses who are on the defense list or could be on either list. They call them themselves because they want to lessen the impact of the good stuff for the defense. So a little bit of strategy goes into that. So the Commonwealth will get what they want out of these witnesses, knowing that they'll also help the defense. So it's kind of a strategy that I used as a prosecutor too at times. So the Commonwealth is focusing on Lindsay's speech patterns a lot to show she wasn't completely debilitated. Again, she was hopeful that the medical experts would help her, though. So, speech patterns seem to be a big focus, like I just said, for the Commonwealth. Slurring your words or not making sense, talking rapidly is another thing. But, I think what we need is expert testimony to really educate us or educate the jury on whether, let's say somebody goes into let's say I go into psychosis. I didn't just give birth, by the way, but let's pretend I did. And I go into psychosis, like right now, does that mean my speech patterns earlier in the day or the day before would be off? Would I be slurring my words? Would I be acting really weird or not making sense. So I need an expert personally to explain that to me. And I think the jury does as well, because that, to me, that's, we all think of somebody who's gone into, and I have a good family friend who's suffered from severe psychosis due to bipolar, but the speech pattern leading up to that was very rapid and not slurring words, but talking really fast like that, blah, 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 blah. And running around, wasn't able to really sit down, and definitely couldn't sleep. So insomnia was a big part of that. And the less sleep this person got, the worse the spiral. So, but you could see a speech pattern. So I'm just curious as to postpartum psychosis, at least the kind, whatever Lindsay was suffering, and the speech pattern. So I'd like to know something about that personally. But let's see. So for the most part, other than the medical examiner, in my opinion, those other witnesses today seem to be more helpful to the defense's theory of the case. So let's see. It's possible Lindsay never had bipolar BPD, I'm sure, bipolar disorder, which I think she was diagnosed with. Yeah, it is possible. It is very possible. And of course, it will be interesting to hear from some of Lindsay's doctors who diagnosed her with that, with an underlying condition. I mean, somebody could have an underlying condition, but something will trigger that, like an antidepressant or marijuana or something, or maybe even a high stress situation, right? Trauma that might trigger someone with an underlying bipolar disorder to go into hypomania or severe psychosis. So, but again, we need experts. So someone needs to explain if psychosis can be viewed as acute versus chronic too. Yeah, that's a really good. That's a good choice of words, Pam. Acute versus chronic. So, I guess, Pam, what you are saying is, so basically, when I talked about my family friend who had the underlying bipolar and then would go into psychosis, that would be more of a chronic condition, I'm guessing, whereas Lindsay Clancy's would be an acute. I think that's really interesting. So, Pam, you obviously know what you're talking about. Yeah, and I think it really will boil down to that, because just listening to all the testimony prior to the horrible acts, I see Lindsay Clancy as painted as a loving, nurturing mother. And she seemed to be a good, worked at the hospital, Mass General Hospital. She seemed to be, a caring nurse. She was a labor and delivery nurse. So this psychosis, from what I'm seeing so far, seemed to be out of the ordinary. It didn't look like she beat her kids or anything like that. I don't know. So Judy says, I would say acute. Oh, that's really interesting, Judy. Judy has even heard of menopausal psychosis due to hormones. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That would be kind of interesting. I'd like to know if anybody has gone into severe psychosis as a result of menopause. That would be like, psychosis where you have to go to McLean Hospital psychosis. And psychosis occurs as a temporary one-time arrival. Yeah. So that's what I'd like to know. And I think that's exactly what the jury wants to know. Is this psychosis can it be a temporary one-time event? So severe that would cause somebody to do something like this. Remember the Commonwealth's burden here. The Commonwealth must prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, and they must prove sanity beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, and I know I try to be as new. I like to look at both sides, okay? And I love the chat because I think we have people on both sides here. So I appreciate all the comments. I really do. Right now, do you believe that the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? And remember, we're still in the Commonwealth's case in chief. So what are you thinking about that? I'm just curious. I'd have to say no. Of course, she's not finished yet. I'm not talking the technical having to prove cause of death for each one of the kids. I know she will get that evidence in, but I'm just curious if you guys think how strong is the case so far, based on what we've heard so far. So, yeah, brain fog. Brain fog is an everyday occurrence during menopause. That's funny. Do you think I'm getting brain pause here? Brain fog. Jesus, probably. Yeah, and then lack of sleep is huge. It's huge. It's so funny, Pam. Right now, there's better evidence that Patrick is involved too. Of course, Pam does not believe Patrick was involved. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It is. You know what? Brain fog is terrible. Yes. So Molly, if a decision had to be made right now, I would say hung jury. I'm not 100% swayed in either direction. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Molly. Yeah, I'd have to agree. So when you say hung jury, now, if there were 12 jurors deliberating right now and they weren't sure if Lindsay Clancy was sane or not at the time the crimes were committed, that should be a not guilty by reason of insanity. Because, again, the Commonwealth's burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. But if you have some jurors who are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that this was a deliberate act, 3 deliberate acts of M, then there would be a battle in the jury box, deliberation room, and that would be like a hung jury. But if all 12 of them aren't sure, then that means the Commonwealth didn't meet its burden. So, any other thoughts in the chat? Yeah, so anyway, Lindsay, the concept that Lindsay Clancy is sobbing and shaking, I think probably helps her case as well. I think she has to show remorse here, and I think it is genuine. What a living hell, right? What a horrible way to live. So Lori, I have stayed awake for 4 days on a few occasions. The last time I did think the person on TV was in the room, but I was still in my right mind. Yeah. When you have lack of sleep or you have to stay up for a really long time, I know a lot of people suffer from insomnia, and I'm lucky that I don't. However, I was up, I remember being up for 36 hours, and you guys are going to be like shaking your heads, but 2 years ago, believe it or not, I was up for a very, very long time because we were fighting a giant tuna. And it was just the 2 of us in the boat. So the captain, Damon, was driving and I was the one in the rod. And, we got up early, and then by the time, it was 6 to 8 hours on the rod. And then by the time we got it onto the boat and
then drove all the way back. And so like we were literally up for 30. I was delirious. We had lunch with friends the next day, like this one friend of ours the next day. He's like, oh my God, you guys couldn't even talk. You were just all over the board. So I can't imagine. She was up for 44 hours straight. And I was doing something fun, but I can't imagine being up with anxiety, and anxiety itself is debilitating. So, yeah, insomnia is a problem. So, that is why I mentioned acute versus chronic. Could an episode of acute psychosis hit as suddenly as this seemed to? That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is what the jury's going to grapple with. Michelle, you hit the nail on the head. So this is going to be a central question for the jury. Acute versus chronic. Can an episode of acute psychosis come or hit as suddenly as this seemed to? So we need the experts to say and to give data, specific statistics, specific studies to say, yeah, this can happen like that. And it's really scary to think that it could happen so quickly. I mean, people need to get help. They really do. Yeah. Like, so I think that's the crux of the case right there. And that's what the jury, it's going to boil down to. And we know this is a horrible case. We know what happened. But for a loving mother who there's no evidence that she was abusive to these kids, but there's only evidence that she was a loving mother. She wanted to get better. And you know what I think is sad? We've heard several times from these witnesses today, the fact that she was hopeful. I'm hopeful I'll get better. I'm hopeful I'll get the help that I need. And the hope was dashed. And so that's if during Reddington's closing argument, maybe that's the first line, her hope was dashed, and, we've all hoped and prayed that we'd get better if we had something, even, when we had, I don't know, or a family member would get better. We always try to be hopeful. And the fact that she was hopeful to me is sad. I read a very interesting article yesterday about how fishing kept Steve Harvey from starving when he was starting out. Oh, that's really funny. So he caught fish for food. I love that. Oh my gosh. I'll have to read that. That's a good one. I enjoy being out there. So when we're out there in the ocean, we see whale, we see the sunrise, we see dolphin all over the place. So it really, really can be beautiful to be out there. And it will be nice to get back to Massachusetts after New York City. I mean, it's really fun being in the city and everything this month, but to get back on the ocean and look at the stars will be nice as well. So, and if she truly hesitated during her attempt, could that mean that the acute psychosis only affected her while she was committing the crime? That's
including the jury. I mean,
interesting.
Including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right. Bring it.
So, so you have to prove, the Commonwealth has to prove that she was sane at the moment she committed the 3 crimes. Technically, when she did tried to unalive herself, that's not during the crimes. That's right after.
Very briefly.
So you have a point there. Oh my gosh. So I live in Situate now. Yeah. Situate Harbor is really pretty. Lobster boat. We love our fresh lobster in Massachusetts. I miss that. I'm going to have that when I go home for sure. I'm sure they have it in New York, but not like Massachusetts or Maine. Yeah. I'm getting tired. It's going to be a long day. So the jury is being brought back in. They must be getting tired. I think it's an emotional case to watch. Like I haven't gotten up other than to get my cereal briefly, but I've even talked through the breaks. So it's a long day. So Molly is saying, seems to be too short of a time window. If she was only experiencing psychosis for as little as 15 minutes, we'll need more time. Big time. We need experts on that. So how long can psychosis last? Can it last 1 minute? Is it rare to last 1 minute or 3 minutes or 5 minutes? I don't know. I'm not an expert.
All right.
I don't see any Bo today. I'm glad you're blocked. Well, there shouldn't be any ads. They take all the ads away, Pam. I mean, that's crazy.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everyone, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Amy Bevins.
You stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not an outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant? You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Bless you.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree spray.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS.
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in early intervention for young children with autism.
If you could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little forward to the mic. How long have you been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
And after that?
All the way up through middle school and high school as well.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you keep in touch?
Through texts, phone calls. We visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit home, we would stay in touch. I traveled to Boston not very frequently, but I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you also have a group text with other friends from Connecticut that you both grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
And how often would you text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty a calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Ms. Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk to you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
Or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut in November of 2022?
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations in January of 2023 about some issues that Lindsay was having?
Yes.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
What was the tone of the conversation?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Did you visit Miss Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was a pretty basic visit.
When you say you made small talk, what did she talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically, no.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora, Dawson, or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Afternoon. You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
Almost 29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went off to college and you had your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan?
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I mean, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in?
Yes.
To visit with her. And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
It was brief, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications. And you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health. And she asked me if I knew, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was. And again, it's page 13. And she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall this specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there were some difficulties with it?
Yes.
Do Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and when she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate or did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Counsel? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
That part was helpful to the defense because he did get in the concept that Lindsay was talking about dark thoughts. Which goes into her struggles with mental health prior to the incident. I also thought it was interesting that they didn't talk at all about what happened after the fact at Spalding Rehab, but maybe it was just too difficult to even go into that topic. So no mention there.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you will give
Yeah, I know, Pam. I also, wouldn't you ask your friend, what do you mean by dark thoughts? What are dark thoughts? What are intrusive thoughts? Like, you would think so,
sir.
right? You'd
Good
go into
afternoon.
it a little bit.
Hi, call.
I know, no mention about the
Good
kids. I hear
afternoon.
you,
Can you
Michelle.
please state and spell your name for the record?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher William Clancy, CHRISTOPHERWCLANCY.
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61.
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
One of my neighbors.
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
Oh, how sad.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she, in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So is that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you've seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
in Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet. Okay.
And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it, so I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right.
You know.
It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
I could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it was just a little chaotic.
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022, did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Okay. Did you know that there were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, we'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how were the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved?
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that... strike that. Do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, but they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good. She was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting, just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves.
Almost just like, something like that.
Okay. So at some points she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would?
Pretty much.
Okay. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
In January?
January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Is this the night of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family.
And district attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th of 22, and she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet, and then she used the term, did you know about the struggles? Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure, yeah.
You know, overall, I'm getting the picture that Lindsay was, I mean, people seem to really like her, right? I feel so badly for this grandfather of the kids. But again, he's testifying that she was like any other mother. She had normal speech patterns. She was close with the family, frustrated with Dawson. He's a toddler, but, you know, not in an abusive way. She was genuinely, you know, she was in good spirits the month prior, but had a nervous blankness to her that could have been from the medications, which the defense talked about, right? It's part of the theory of the defense case. But again, I'm getting the overall picture that people genuinely liked Lindsay. No one had a bad word to say about her. You know, she was a loving mother by all accounts. And as he just mentioned, part of an all-American family. So it's such a sad, sad case. Oh, thank you so much, Pam. I used to watch Dershowitz's podcast because obviously how much he loved teaching about the law. Yeah, some of you may not know, but I was a teacher at Boston College for 17 years. I taught law there, loved it, loved the students. Until then, after COVID, it changed. But I really enjoy doing what I'm doing. It's something that I'm able to do now. I used to be a prosecutor, then worked as a civil trial lawyer. So I do know the courtroom quite well. I mean, I love trials and watching them. I do wish I could still be in the courtroom, but this is pretty close because now I feel like I'm part of, really almost like part of the jury, especially in this case, because as the chat comes in, we all are looking at different aspects of this case. Well, what about this piece of evidence? And so certain pieces of evidence, except for the medical examiner, but certain pieces of evidence can be argued for both sides. So this is one of the most gray area cases I have ever seen. But something that is this gray is actually sad, hard, but very interesting to watch from a legal perspective, because it really brings mental health into the forefront. But so far, the Commonwealth has to prove its case, their burden of proving sanity beyond a reasonable doubt. And, you know, people in the chat have been both ways, which I appreciate that. But is there reasonable doubt at this point? And they're really, remember, it's this Commonwealth's case in chief. So the scales should be tipping in favor of the Commonwealth right now. So I appreciate, Pam, I really appreciate that. Courtroom strategy, I learned so much from watching Dershowitz. Unfortunately, his focus changed to politics. Yes, it did. I met Alan Dershowitz and his wife, and I think one of his daughters. I had a nice, interesting conversation with him about the law, about teaching, because I taught at the time, and that was when I first did a true crime radio show back in the day. So, yeah, I had a great conversation with Alan Dershowitz, and again, it's somebody that was loving teaching the law, and wow, I mean, he's certainly experienced quite a bit from especially he was involved in the O.J. Simpson case. So my goodness, and it's crazy, but I was watching the babies with my son-in-law, and I just watched Cato Callan's interview on the OJ case, and it was really interesting to watch that. It was he's older now, obviously, and he looks older, but he was quite articulate and interesting to talk about OJ with.
Thank you, sir. I think I was asking you about the word, the struggles, and can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. I knew she just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room where my wife was working.
Sorry.
Those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th and then Thanksgiving of 22 and then up until Christmas and then after Christmas, and the time frame actually right up to January 24th. You guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans?
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct?
Yeah.
And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you. Come up. Could I see you over here just scheduling?
Well, it's almost time for the lunch break. So I'll do a brief recap at the lunch break. And then I haven't gotten up. My legs are tired from sitting here all day. So you know what I might do is a little bit of legal analysis. And then I might put a break on. And there's this place, Mimi's Frozen Yogurt. There's always the line is almost 2 blocks long at times. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm thinking of it. I need a sugar pick-me-up, even though I shouldn't. But, so far, again, I feel for the grandfather. I'm sure the jury is feeling for the grandfather. I know there is an older woman on the jury of the 18, and she could be a grandmother as well. I mean, can you imagine getting that call from your son? But, if anything, he has bolstered, once again, in my opinion. Now you can differ, and I love to hear the different thoughts, but he's kind of tying right in with the defense
So I'm going to ask you to
theory
maybe
of the
come back
case.
here at 2 o'clock.
It's my lunchtime.
Giving you the whole time during the break. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Don't do any research about this. Don't look into anything about this case or any similar cases. And you have a nice break. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right.
I forgot to put my blazer back on. Oh, it's hot here.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
Hold all right.
Court stands in recess. Folks, please exit the court.
So figures, there's a garbage truck or some big truck right outside my window. Remember, I'm in New York City, not my typical spot in the Boston area, because I'm here to help take care of my daughter's newborn twins. So, but anyway, so far, just I'll give you a brief recap of what went on today, and then I think I'm going to try to get that frozen yogurt at the place that has the really, really long line, if it's not too long of a line. But I would say today, the hardest part of the morning was the very beginning, when we heard from the medical examiner, and very emotional. Lindsay was sobbing during that period. And of course, the Commonwealth, as a former prosecutor, I can tell you that the Commonwealth needs the medical examiner to prove cause of death for each one of the victims. And so the victim, Callan, was the one who's the medical examiner saw and examined. And yes, it was very difficult. So very difficult testimony. We did not see the autopsy photographs, thank goodness, because they would be horrific, and only the jury can see those per order of the judge and a pretrial motion. So it's just you don't want those to be spread online, even though they probably are. I hate to say it, but after that, so that was crucial, and I'm sure we're going to hear a medical examiner talk about the other two children as well. And I apologize for the background noise again. Of course, it's very loud right now, and I have no idea what's going on in the city. But the pediatrician for the children was good. Again, she didn't see any outward signs that Lindsay was suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, no flat affect or speech patterns. So again, the Commonwealth is trying to show that she wasn't in psychosis, and she knew what she was doing. So trying to use these witnesses. But again, Reddington got up and said, all accounts, she was a hell of a good mother, wasn't she? And the pediatrician said yes. So, and she also talked, Reddington had the chance to steer the jury away from the awful testimony of the medical examiner, and to talk about Lindsay's medical treatment at the time and her insomnia. And so that part, I thought, helped the defense. The preschool teacher also talked about Lindsay being a loving mother who cared for her children. And her work colleague, also the same thing, loving mother, cared for her children. So it seems to be a pattern. The people who knew Lindsay So far, we haven't gotten anybody to say that she was abusive or mean or anything of that nature. So the painting that the jury is seeing as a loving mother who cared about her children, who was experiencing issues with mental health. So that also came out. She told, let's see, her work colleague was helpful in that she told the work colleague that, she was suffering from insomnia, anxiety, and especially after the birth of Callan, the baby, and her other colleagues sympathized with her and recommended that she see a therapist, get help, try different meds. So we can see here a struggle ensued after the birth. Again, Lindsay's work colleague helped the defense, in my opinion, talked about how nurturing and caring and how she worked through COVID. Lindsay wasn't a complainer. She painted Lindsay as a loving mother, again, who was concerned about her kids, loved her family, the kids, and mentioned side effects of medications that she was trying because she didn't feel right. So I mentioned insomnia, brain fog, and she told her friend that she was in a very difficult mental state. But she was hopeful that she would get the right treatment and someone would help her, someone in the medical community would help her. This, of course, bolsters the defense theory that the medical system failed her. So as much as possible, Reddington is going to want to tell the jurors over and over that this woman was, a loving woman who was failed by the medical system. So blame it on the treatment facilities and the medications. This person was desperately trying to get help, according to the defense. The friend also expressed concern for Lindsay, and the witness hoped that she would get the help she would need. And then I think this is important too, this was a good friend, and she never once complained about Patrick. So there's no evidence at all that there were problems in the marriage. And the grandfather just testified that Patrick was concerned about Lindsay and her mental state and her mental health. So they were all trying to really get her help, right? But, they didn't think she'd harm the children. Of course not. So Lindsay's friend also noticed, she testified that Lindsay appeared more tired after having Callan, mentioned she had trouble sleeping, and she was seeking out a therapist. The friend also said that Lindsay said she felt like a zombie. And the Commonwealth, of course, keeps focusing on Lindsay's speech patterns to show she wasn't completely debilitated by these medications or whatever she was suffering from. Again, she was hopeful that the medical experts would help her, loving mother again. And her long-term friend testified that she was even able to visit Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center after the events took place, but they didn't broach the topic of Lindsay's kids, which I thought was kind of interesting. It's possible that the friend just didn't want to go there, or the mental health therapist advised her not to go there. So maybe it would have been just too difficult of a topic to broach. But Lindsay did ask the long-term friend about her kids. So that was part of the topic. And she also mentioned that she knew about Lindsay's dark thoughts. But one thing that we noted in the chat quite a bit was, the fact that Lindsay had intrusive thoughts, she had dark thoughts. But what were they? Nobody really said, well, what do you mean by dark thoughts? What do you mean by intrusive thoughts? I mean, what does that mean? I feel like if my friend was talking about having dark thoughts, I'd explore that further and say, well, what do you mean by that? What, nightmares? I mean, exactly, what do you mean? So Patrick Clancy's father just took the stand, the grandfather of the kids, and he had nothing bad to say about her. So he lost all 3 of his grandkids. So she said, hey, she was a protective mother, but like any other mother, he thought her speech patterns were normal. He mentioned she was quiet, but she was very close with the family. One time he said she was frustrated with Dawson, but not abusive. He admits that Lindsay had struggles with mental health. She was in good spirits the month prior, so it seems like she was up and down, which maybe is sort of bipolar. I don't know. But at one point, he said that she had a nervous blankness to her. That possibly could be from some of the medications she was trying, such as Seroquel. But I got the overall picture that people genuinely liked Lindsay. No one had a bad word to say about her. She's a loving mother, and she was part of an all-American family, according to the grandfather. So, all of that, I believe, will help bolster the defense case. So again, the jury is going to be grappling with how could this loving mother, who nobody had anything bad to say about her, how could she commit these acts? How did this happen? Could it be deliberate, as the Commonwealth wants us to believe? But remember, the Commonwealth's burden is a heavy one here. They have to prove sanity beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you're hearing all of this stuff about Lindsay being a good person, a loving mother, and then all of a sudden, one day she just does this to her 3 kids, horrible act, it just doesn't make sense. But of course, I think, as we've mentioned in the chat, that we need experts for that. Yeah, and so in the courtroom, thanks, Michelle, Patrick Clancy's father has a priest sitting with them. Yeah, I have seen Patrick Clancy or the family walk in and out with a priest. I mean, God bless them, right? Oh, I can't even imagine. My parents would have been just beside themselves, and I would be too. Who wouldn't be? So I feel for that family, and I'm sure that the jury feels for the family as well. And it really saddens me that there are so many conspiracy theories going on about Patrick Clancy. I just think they're not true at all. Seriously, it's ridiculous. And I don't know where they're coming from, but I don't see any evidence of it. And remember, following the evidence, just like a jury would. So, Reddit's good sometimes, but sometimes you can go down a rabbit hole on those things with all the conspiracy theories. So, but I really appreciate the chat. Yeah, it's reminiscent of demonic possession. Some of those movies like The Exorcist. So, back in the day when they talked about demonic possession, was somebody having a psychotic episode, or were they in severe mania or hypomania? I've always wondered that, sad. So on this note, I've got to stretch my legs. I've been sitting here since 9, and I am going to run outside and try that frozen yogurt place. If there's a long line, I'm not going to bother, but I will be back. Yeah, Molly has a good point. So it's funny, I keep staying because the chat is so interesting. So Molly says, I do wonder if maybe she OD'd on her meds before the crime too, leading to her hearing the voices. I don't know. But the toxicologist did testify about the meds that were in her system, and only one, which was the antipsychotic, was higher than therapeutic levels. So, that makes you wonder too. We talked about this yesterday. An antipsychotic should make it so that listen to the name, antipsychotic. So it should keep you away from psychosis. But as nurses and medical care providers have mentioned in the chat, that it could also, too much antipsychotic could have a negative impact. So, yeah, that's interesting. Pam, I've resigned myself to accept that I cannot believe in God and the Bible if you don't believe in demons and angels. Yeah, no, I get it. I love all the different opinions in the chat. This is a deep case. And that's why I think so many people are interested. We just want to know it's almost an examination into the human mind, and thinking about ourselves and thinking about our own experiences. And you hope in God, I hope this never happens to me or my children, right? Because the human brain is so fragile, you just never know. You just never know. Oh, that's wow. Thank you for sharing. My partner is a paranoid schizophrenic and the voices are real. Yes. Good for you. You know what? Thank you for sharing. And it's wonderful that you have stood by your partner, because to stand by anybody that has mental illness is so frustrating. And as I mentioned, I have a good friend of the family who suffers from bipolar 1 and has been in and out of the hospitals. Those voices are real, because even with the bipolar 1 and severe mania, she also heard voices as well. So they had to use an antipsychotic to get her down off of that. But, you know, she struggled for 6 years. And this is the first year, though, I have to say, she's been doing really well. So, you know, I have a special place for anyone who suffers from mental illness, because until this happened to, you know, this close family friend, I knew all her life. So I'm really close to this particular case. And it changed my life. It changed my appreciation for people who suffer from mental illness. And, you know, she didn't ask for it. She was a completely normal, I hate to use the word normal, but she was like everyone else, going off to college, to a really, really good college, when all of a sudden this just happened to her. So, you know, it's just horrible. Daily struggle. But yeah, hearing voices are real. Oh, yeah, hit the like button for sure. Yeah, we've got, if you have a chance, do that. Do me a favor and hit the like button. That will be helpful. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody being on. So I am going to take a quick break. Let's see, I'm wondering if we just want to keep this up, or Amber, I know you're back there. If you don't mind, should we just replay some of this morning's testimony? We could do that as well while I take the lunch break and then come back in. Yeah, and some people also believe that she's a psychopath. Nothing is happening all of a sudden. Everything has got its own pattern. So yeah, listen, there are both sides to this case. Some people do believe she's she did this deliberately and with premeditation. So you know what I think we'll do? Thank you, Amber. I've got Amber in North Carolina. Yay. We're just going to play a little bit of the previous testimony, and I'm going to take a quick lunch break, and then I'll be back at 2, hopefully with some frozen yogurt. Excuse me, and continue the legal analysis. So, but think of some more questions you may have. So yeah, this is just going to be a little bit of a recap. So if you missed it earlier, you can see some of it. If you saw it all, then go take a walk. But I'll be back. South Carolina. I'm sorry. Yes, Amber, it's South Carolina. You're absolutely right. Yeah, love South Carolina. Love the food down there. All right. So, yeah, go ahead. And I'm going to just remove myself, but I promise I will be back to talk about this case all afternoon. I'll be back.
Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you. Same rule.
Come on, man. Stop right here. Raise your right hand. That's right.
Good morning. You solemnly say that the testimony you give, which you shall give to the court and the jury,
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, Commonwealth, could I see Counsel just over here for a second? Just for Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000. And
have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests such as toxicology.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person, or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, remember, Mr. Dre, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape. All right. I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy. and I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions, and you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about 1/2 inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about an inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is 1/2 inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back?
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. If you could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top button.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior or back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor.
First the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph, and then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead. And that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head, toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
It is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with the ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and the carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain, and there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Clancy as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel? Thank you. All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly? Short break at this time. A couple of minutes, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the notebooks. Place them on chairs.
All right, this court will be in recess.
purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury. Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
Good morning. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rochert, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long did you work there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had I, can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time I'd move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objections? That may be admitted.
Thank you. If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes. So since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that, when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at. Mm-hmm. Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you. Mm-hmm. You just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records, where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, mm-hmm. How do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms, and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat.
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible because it's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all 3 of them, right?
All 3.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013. And
when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well. That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Latasha Dukes, nothing about her?
No.
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
No, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep, or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Mental institution?
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Susan Freon.
Watch your step, please.
Hey.
Morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Freone, SUSAN FRAONE.
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts.
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
Almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool daycare.
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or is that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him?
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times. But then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross.
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the record in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Back. Happy afternoon.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
And thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. We're going to return to the case. Attorney Sprague.
If Your Honor, Commonwealth calls Kyle Carney.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like you to raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the prosecutors? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Excuse me, can we proceed?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a good lunch. I tried the Mimi's frozen yogurt. I stood in line for just a little bit. It was very good. It was worth it. Now I'm feeling, but it's okay. I'm going to bring my daughter there tomorrow, so I guess I'll get 2. So I wonder what to expect this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised if we heard from another medical examiner for the other 2 kids, but maybe not. We'll see. So Molly asked me something. I have different glasses because I took the red ones.
If I may?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it was good.
Thank
Molly,
you.
it was
Good afternoon.
delicious.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Kyle Carney, Kyle Carney.
And your date of birth, please.
July 6, 1991.
And what town do you live in?
Duxbury.
What do you do for work?
I work in finance.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Sarah Carney.
And you have children?
Yes.
Does your family, or did your family know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And did you know them through your friendship with Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
When did you meet Patrick Clancy?
2009.
And how did you meet?
We went to college together.
And after going through college together, did you remain friends after school?
Yes.
And eventually, did you end up living in Duxbury at the same time Patrick and his family lived in Duxbury?
Yes.
When did you meet Lindsay Clancy?
Maybe 12 years ago.
Did you meet them before they were married? Did you meet Lindsay before she married Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously you knew them after they got married and as they had their children?
Yes.
How often would you see Patrick and his family while you were both living in Duxbury?
Maybe every other month.
And would you interact with Lindsay Clancy during those gatherings?
Yes.
And what was her typical demeanor?
Kind, caring,
Did you ever see any changes, significant changes in her behavior or demeanor when you would interact with her?
No.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay Clancy after the birth of Cora or Dawson?
No.
Directing your attention to after Callan Clancy was born, did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
Maybe beach dinners. It's hard to recall exactly.
So you said beach dinners, is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically families gathering together at the beach, having dinner, interacting with each other, is that right?
Sure.
How often would you do that during the summer of 2022?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
More than once?
Yeah, like at least monthly.
Okay. Did you also go fishing with Patrick during that time?
Yes.
Over the summer of 2022, did you notice any differences in in Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior?
No.
Throughout the fall of 2022 into the beginning of January 2023, would you see Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
How often did you see him?
Again, maybe once a month, maybe.
And directing your attention to Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, did you have a small gathering at your home?
Yes, their family came over to my house.
Okay. And when you say their family, are you talking about Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy?
And Cora and Dawson, too.
Callan didn't join them?
No.
Was he home with Lindsay's parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of gathering that day?
To socialize. It was a nice day out. I was having a fire to burn some brush in my backyard, and thought it'd be nice to invite them to come over and get the kids out and enjoy a nice day.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
I'd say quieter than normal.
And do you recall saying previously that the weekend was fairly normal, that Lindsay had always been a little tough to get a beat on, kind of quiet, but you were in the kitchen talking and it seemed normal?
I mean, in the kitchen, we had a conversation, and that was normal.
Normal, okay. Do you recall describing the day previously as a perfectly normal afternoon, really nice?
It was a nice day, yeah.
Okay. And so there was nothing out of the normal that happened that day in terms of Lindsay's behavior or demeanor?
Her behavior, demeanor appeared normal.
Okay. Did you have any problems communicating with her when you had conversation in the kitchen?
No.
How long was the family there at your house that day?
Maybe a few hours.
And during that time, I believe you described it previously as a normal, great day. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please step down. Thank you.
Again, I don't think he did that much for the prosecution. He described her a normal, great day, a little bit quiet.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Andrew Chiacchio as its next witness.
All right.
He had nothing bad to say about her, so there's that. I think this testimony is pretty repetitive. The Commonwealth is trying to show that, you know, she didn't have any slurred speech, or she seemed pretty normal, maybe a little quiet, but she was able to go and enjoy, you know, the time at the fire that this guy had, and nobody noticed, any onset of psychosis or bad mental health coming on. So that's the Commonwealth's reason for presenting all of these witnesses.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your
Thank you. Good
He
afternoon,
looks
sir.
like
Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Andrew Chiacchio,
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Chiachio.
And what do you
At
do for
first, I
work?
thought he looked
I
like
work for
Michael
the state
Jackson.
police
And how long
But
have you
he
been with the
does,
state
kind of,
police?
right?
since December of 2013.
State
And
police.
what's your current assignment?
I work for the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
How long have you been with the State Police Detective Unit?
5 years.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 24th of the year 2023. Were you still working for the State Police Detective Unit with the District Attorney's Office then?
Yes.
And do you recall being called into an investigation in regards to an incident that happened in the town of Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned as the case officer for that investigation at that time?
No.
But you're aware that a number of the other troopers in your unit were all called out to do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
Do you recall if you actually went first to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I did.
Were you quickly assigned to go someplace else and do some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And one of the places that you went on that night was the CVS in Kingston, correct?
Correct.
That would have been at 189 Summer Street?
Yes.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
And had you learned information that one of the homeowners, the Patrick Clancy, might have visited that location earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And so when you got to the CVS, did you contact somebody in the store in order to try to determine whether there was surveillance?
Yes.
And did you speak with an employee there?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Angela Kraus, she was the manager.
Were you able to get access to the surveillance at that time?
Yes.
And were you able to observe the time on the surveillance at the store as it pertains to real time?
Yes.
So tell us how you determined whether the time was accurate.
We look at the live feed and I compare it with my cell phone.
And your cell phone is a department issued cell phone?
Yes.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
At some point, were you also asked to look for surveillance at a different location?
I was.
What was the second location?
The 3V restaurant.
And where is that located?
In Plymouth.
And fair to say it's the address there's 10 Cordage Park Circle?
Yes.
What is 3V?
A restaurant.
Okay. And why did you go there?
To obtain surveillance video.
Again, based on information that you had available to you, did you believe that Patrick Clancy had visited that location earlier in the evening of January 24th?
Yes.
And when you went to the 3V restaurant, did you speak with 2 employees there?
Yes.
Were you able to access the video surveillance?
I was.
And while at the restaurant, were you able to confirm Patrick Clancy on their video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, as far as their video surveillance timestamps, were you able to observe the timestamps at that location?
I was.
And did you notice any discrepancies about the time?
No.
And what did you do to confirm the time?
I compared the live feed with my cell phone.
Fair to say you were able to determine that the video surveillance did confirm Patrick Clancy arriving at 17:54:14, that he paid for a bag of food and he left the store by the front door at 17:55:01.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering the video surveillance, well, let me back up for a second. So on one particular occasion, you were able to go and view the video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
At some later date where you provided with copies of the video surveillance from both the CVS in Kingston and the 3V restaurant in Plymouth.
Yes.
And you brought that back to the state police?
Yes, to the
the video
office. Yes.
Okay. Now, as follow-up for this investigation, did you learn information about the route of travel Patrick Clancy took that night to go from his home to these locations?
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to ascertain approximately how much time it would have taken him to go to these locations from his home at 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I mapped it on the Maps application on my iPhone.
Now, do you recall when you did that?
I don't.
When you did this mapping of the locations, did it give you approximate distances and times between the locations?
Yes.
And fair to say, not knowing exactly when it occurred doesn't account for the time Patrick would have been there or any traffic or accidents or anything like that.
Correct.
Right? But as far as you could tell, you were just looking for approximate time frames.
Yes, a general idea.
Now, as part of this investigation, you also were involved in some interviews with potential witnesses.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Including Paula Musgrove.
Yes.
And who's Paula Musgrove?
The defendant's mother.
And you also spoke to a former nanny of the Clancys named Elaine Flaherty.
Yes.
As well as the employees from CVS, Angela Krause and Soraya Sweeney.
Yes.
Did you also, or were you also present in follow-up interviews with all of the first responders to the home in Duxbury on January 24th?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So that would have been a majority of the paramedic/firefighters from the different towns?
Yes.
On June 12th of 2023, did you apply for and receive a search warrant for 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And why did you ask for a search warrant then in June of 2023?
We were reviewing photos, crime scene photos, and someone noticed that there was potentially blood stains on the outside of the house that we had not swabbed.
So to your knowledge, on the date of the incident on January 24th, the stains on the outside of the house were not swabbed and collected by the crime lab, right?
Correct.
Did you have further conversations with forensic scientists at the crime lab to determine the viability of obtaining additional swabs all those months later?
It's hearsay and it's already been cross-examined about.
Allow that the question just yes or no. Did you speak to somebody, not the answer?
So did you speak to somebody at the crime lab about the possibility of obtaining some biological substances from the home?
Yes.
And as a result of your conversations, did you then apply and were granted a search warrant?
Yes.
So subsequently, some swabs and shingles were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street?
Correct.
And were you present when that was done?
I was.
On May 15th, 2024, did you have the occasion to go to the Duxbury State Hospital?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going there?
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab the inside of a person's mouth to collect saliva. That's then transferred to a collection card. We let it dry, then seal the kit.
So the swab kind of looks like a lollipop.
Yes.
With a foam and.
Yes.
And you're trained on how to swab the inside of a person's cheek on both sides in order to obtain an adequate sample?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Who did you collect the sample from?
The defendant.
And that would be Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Were other people present when you did this?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sergeant Josh McElligan, DPH Police Chief Michael Riggs, and Attorney Reddington.
What did you do with the sample that was collected from the defendant on May 15th, 2024 at the Duxbury State Hospital?
It was placed in a temporary evidence at the DA's office.
Was that sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
Correct.
As well as a particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
As a result of that warrant, did you receive data back from Facebook?
I did.
And were you able to confirm a Facebook page in the name of Lindsay Marie Clancy?
Yes.
Were you also able to confirm that there's a particular post by the person named Lindsay Marie Clancy, or the Facebook page Lindsay Marie Clancy, on May 5th, 2021, to the Attachment Parenting for Littles group?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach. May?
You may.
I have no problem with the phone.
No objection? Okay.
I'm just going to show you a document. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the Facebook post posted by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th, 2021?
It is.
I'll move to admit this as the next exhibit.
No objection? That may be admitted.
Sergeant Cacchio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 217 on the screen. Is that a Facebook post from the Attachment Parenting for Littles Facebook group?
Yes.
And through the information you received from the search warrant return, you were able to locate the content of this post in the records for the Attachment Parenting for Littles and confirm that it also appeared to be authored by Lindsay Marie Clancy, correct?
Correct.
Or by the Facebook page of Lindsay Marie Clancy.
Yes.
And fair to say it reads, "Hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, anything. I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. I mean that with all love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day without getting so frustrated with him. He's not my first child, so not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Every single thing with him is a battle, and it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary, but I mean everything, getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me every step of the way with all these normal daily activities. It constantly feels like I have to force him to do these things, which feels so wrong, but he is always fighting me and crying about doing these very normal things." You recall seeing that message in the records?
I do.
And fair to say there was some comments to the records and also an acknowledgement by the person with the Facebook page, Lindsay Marie Clancy, thanking the contributors for their advice.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this would be Exhibit 217, which is the Parenting for Littles post by Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
And this was back in May of 2021?
Yes.
And she was talking about her son, who at the time was 19 months old?
That's correct.
Now, as a state police officer, you know how to investigate things, right?
Yes.
You guys must have turned things inside out to find out if Lindsay Clancy was ever abusive to her son, Dawson, right?
That's correct.
Found nothing, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, that was good cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He made his point and he sat down. Prosecution brought that out. Jurors may not like that she was complaining about her son on Facebook. And those Facebook groups, I guess people join them. I mean, it doesn't look great, but you know, he really brought about, there's no evidence that she was abusive. Is it okay to complain about your kids? I mean, it's a forum for parents to discuss problems they're having. So I guess, you know, it's reasonable she could complain on a Facebook group, but that was like one of the best even though it was only like, 3 or 4 questions, one of the best cross-examining examples I can come up with for now. Yeah. Made his point and he sat down. And that's why he's a seasoned veteran attorney. So, and you know that the police look through like a fine-tooth comb. They look for abuse big time, because abuse would help the Commonwealth prove its case of deliberate premeditation, like, you know, if she was abusive in the past. But so far, by all accounts, the police really don't have anything, and they would. That was such a good question. Really was. So Molly, it definitely doesn't look good knowing Dawson got the worst of the unalivings.
All right.
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way.
There's a motion or a hearing I have to do with lawyers, and it's going to take a little bit of a while. So I'm going to excuse you for today.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock. One of the questions I asked over here was, where are we on the time estimate? All right.
Yeah.
I'm told that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, in regards to what we told you. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. We're going to stay here, do a few more things. And I'm just going to remind you, as I've said every night, you have to have an open mind. Don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research about anything. If you see anything about this case or any similar cases, don't read, listen, or watch anything in regards to that. Don't do any research on this or any matters that you have or questions you have in your mind. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to just be driving by certain areas that you think you want to double check. We've done that. All right. You've worked so hard in this case so far. I just want you to continue to follow those instructions. And with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. I would expect, and every time I say this, I'm usually wrong, but I would expect we'd have a pretty full day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, I hope you have a nice evening. Hope you stay cool. And we will see you tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Good. All right. Good. Kindly close the doors, place my chairs.
So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what the every mother has a child that needs attention. I agree with that. I didn't do Facebook groups. We didn't have them when I had my kids, and my daughter doesn't do them, but she does have twin parenting groups. So I don't know. It's more like a text trail, I think.
Please be seated.
All right. So we're going to be in recess until 3 o'clock. We're going to come back. We'll have a hearing on the defendant's motion for permission to call certain witnesses. And so we'll have a hearing on that at 3 o'clock. All right. So we'll be in recess. So basically, parties can kind of get themselves oriented in regards to that motion. So we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
Well, this will be interesting. We get to hear a motion, which I think I always enjoy the legal wranglings of certain motions. So it sounds like it's a defense motion. It sounds like Defense Attorney Reddington wants to call a particular witness. So they're fighting over it. So far this afternoon, I'd say, it's much shorter than we thought as far as hearing testimony. The investigator that the Commonwealth called was kind of just, he described getting statements, going to the 3B restaurant. But I think the crux of his testimony, the reason he was called was because, the prosecutor read what Lindsay said on Facebook. We talked about this yesterday. She was in a Facebook mothers group and she complained about Dawson. He was a toddler. By all accounts, he was rambunctious. And sometimes I had a little boy too. My middle guy was he was rambunctious, and they kick and they don't want to go in their car seats, or it took a while for him to potty train. I hope he's not watching. But anyway, he sweet little boy, wonderful. But they're not easy at times, and it's exhausting, especially if you have a baby, a toddler, and then a 5-year-old. It can be tough. So she was, I guess was part, she had a Facebook group. She complained. Of course, now it's coming back to bite her. But Reddington performed a beautiful cross-examination saying, hey, you guys would have investigated this. Yep, we would have, especially after reading this Facebook post. Yep. And you didn't find any allegations of abuse. Nope. No further questions. I mean, he got what he wanted and sat down. So will it be televised? Yeah. I imagine it's going to be televised, the motion, because I don't see why it wouldn't. So yeah, I'll be sitting here. So she was complaining about, I'm going to the Facebook post here. She was complaining, that post was from 2021, complaining about Dawson when he was 19 months old. So it was a while ago. It wasn't, so remember, the incidents occurred, the crimes occurred in 2023. So that was 2 years prior. And if that's all they can find, it's really not much. So my older oh yeah, your older was full of energy. Hey, yeah. I mean, I think I had 3 kids. We all have one that was easy, one that was not, in the middle, and then one that was tough. So yeah, I agree with you. And I think it's interesting because members of the jury will also have experienced a lot of the things we are talking about. A lot of them will have had kids and, babies and newborns. I mean, I had my kids all close together. So just like Lindsay Clancy, in fact, I think my kids were exactly the same age as Lindsay's kids were at one point. So it is a handful having them all together for sure. But when are we going to hear from people that treated her prior to this? So yeah, I think we're all waiting to hear from some of the therapists that she saw prior to these, like up to like in McLean Hospital, or that I know there was a nurse practitioner she saw as well when she was like, who prescribed what medication, who prescribed the Seroquel that she had bad reactions to. So all of that is key testimony that we will hear for sure, which will really detail her struggles with mental health. And as I've said earlier, I think that by her saying she hoped they would help her, she had a lot of hope here. So Reddington's going to argue, well, that hope was dashed. She ultimately was not helped. It's the medical community that failed her. She tried and she was failed. So, Pam, you missed a very short witness, a state police investigator, and the thing that he testified to was what you saw yesterday. Remember from the Facebook Mothers Group post, the Littles post about her complaining about Dawson, and that was about it, except for the brilliant cross-examination. Yeah, so hey, 3 rambunctious grandsons. Yeah, I know. So, but there's no allegations of abuse. So that, I think that will help the defense case that this woman snapped. She was nothing but a good mother. And so do we, I don't know, but the chat is still divided. Chat is still divided. So Amber is dyeing her daughter's hair and keeping track of the court stream. I love that. Jeez. I hope it turns out okay. I don't, my daughters would never let me dye their hair ever. So funny. Yeah, Amber, you are a jack of all trades. I have to agree. So basically, for anybody that missed it, we're waiting for 15 minutes so that the defense can present a motion. The defense wants to put on a certain witness, and the prosecution's opposing it. That's what I got from that. Molly, I agree with you. Molly says, okay, I still feel she knew what she was doing, that this is more of a case of a overwhelmed mother with internal resentment towards her children and herself. So I appreciate the different opinions. So Molly, you would say that she was overwhelmed, but she committed these acts deliberately with premeditation, and it would rise to the level of first-degree M. Yep. I'm sure jurors are going to think that way too. People are divided. So I respect all the opinions on this one. Oh, good, Amber. I'll have to come down to South Carolina. So far, Michelle agrees with Molly, and she hasn't seen any evidence of psychosis. She was definitely overwhelmed and depressed. You made a good point, and that's exactly where the Commonwealth wants to see you go. So they want to prove to you that prior to these 3 acts of first-degree M, there was no evidence of psychosis. There was evidence of being overwhelmed, evidence of depression, insomnia, but overall there was no evidence of psychosis. So psychosis would be, acting very erratically and, probably quick, fast speech as well. So the Commonwealth will likely put on a witness who will explain exactly what evidence of psychosis means. And they'll paint a picture of what it looks like when someone is in psychosis. I personally have witnessed someone in severe psychosis, and I will say it's very obvious when they're in psychosis. The rapid speech, running around, like they literally can't sit down, and they can hear voices and all that. So Molly, you'd be on the side of the Commonwealth. Molly and Michelle, I appreciate your insight into this, because this is a very, very complicated case. Very complicated. But so far, I do, as a former prosecutor, if I had the case, I'd have to say I would probably be doing everything that the Commonwealth is doing. They're trying to, block by block, build their case with circumstantial evidence as far as her mind goes, right? That, they want to put together the puzzle. So, they're taught, that's why they called all these witnesses to testify how she was 3 months before, 2 months before, during the week of. The grandfather had just seen her. So she seemed a little quiet, but nothing out of the ordinary. The crux goes to whether the defense, remember, the prosecution has the burden of proof, but ultimately jurors have to decide, was Lindsay Clancy in psychosis at the exact time the crimes were committed? That is Massachusetts law, and that is the crux of the case right there, at the exact time. And it's a very high burden. So beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Julie, my problem is, what if this was a man who felt they needed to take out the family because he lost his job? Yep. Everyone would absolutely feel like it was a deliberate act and throw him in jail. Sure. Unless his defense attorney could show that he, losing his job triggered him into going into severe psychosis. And maybe if he had an underlying condition of bipolar that wasn't diagnosed or was diagnosed, sometimes a triggering event can cause someone to go into severe psychosis. So look at Nick Reiner. Nick Reiner suffered from, I think he was a schizophrenic for a very long time. He was in and out of treatment facilities, and obviously the best treatment facilities that money could buy, but they couldn't fix him, right? It's almost impossible to fix someone with a broken brain. And look what he did. I mean, how awful. And he will be facing trial as well. But I think that based on his history, we don't know what triggered him. I know that there was a party earlier on where he just had lost his mind. So if this case goes to trial, there will be testimony about how he acted prior to, doing what he did to his parents. So I think he does have a shot at getting off based on the insanity defense. So interesting though. She had a one-time psychosis and unalived her babies, and that's it. Yeah. I mean, she could. So when you say she had a one-time psychosis and unalived her, yep. It's crazy how we have to use these code words, but yeah, we do. I mean, it just, I think that it's really hard for people to grapple with a one-time psychosis. So very different from Nick Reiner, right? He's got a long history. Lindsay Clancy has a one-off. So what do we do about a one-off? And I think that's why we're all grappling. We're talking about this. We're watching it. and we're trying to wrap our heads around it. I think it's really hard to wrap our heads around it too, because we're asking ourselves, why? Like, why did this happen? Could this happen to me? Could this happen to one of my children or, one of my relatives? I mean, it's terrifying, really, right? If somebody could have a one-off, like go into psychosis like that and commit acts like that, it's scary. I mean, I'm finding this really scary. Many people, Sylvia, I appreciate your thoughts too. Looks like it was planned. The Commonwealth did produce evidence to make it look like it was planned, right? What will Reddington do with that ultimately? I mean, he's going to try to argue as much as he can. She was a loving mother, and he's going to put the experts on to say, yep, you can have a one-off in psychosis. Yeah. So, of course, it looks like it was planned. And then using those 3 bands and the way she did that, yeah, scary. But then again, then you look at, it just doesn't make sense that she would do this. When did her husband leave her? I'm not sure exactly when her husband left, but at some point he did find somebody else and he moved to New York City and he did remarry. But there is no evidence of an affair. I know there's all sorts of speculation about Patrick online, but I don't believe that to be true. Amber, it happens all the time. Most of the time, if someone has a psychotic episode, they do things so serious that a second episode doesn't happen unless already in custody. What's really interesting? So, by the way, I do know this. My close family friend who went into psychosis from bipolar 1, right? So if I know this, if you have a bad psychotic episode, let's say it's your first one, and then they'll give you antipsychotic medication, which they gave to her, and eventually she came down off of that. It took a while. It wasn't like a matter of minutes. It was a matter of weeks, right? Then she eventually came down and then went into a period of depression because, antipsychotics can lead into depression. But once you have one psychotic break, you're likely to have another one. So therefore, if you do go off your medications and there can be another, let's say there's a triggering event. So the more you have, the more likely you're to have another one. So that's interesting too. There's so much to the study of mental health and the brain. It's just crazy. And I agree, Molly, everyone is different. I was on antipsychotic medication, was completely in my right mind, except for some really dark, intrusive thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Molly. I appreciate that. And bad spells. And eventually, hopefully that passed. But again, I think it's always scary that there could be another break, and nobody wants that. So thank you for sharing. But sometimes people who have had struggles with mental illness, they're on the fence with this one too. Could she have stopped herself? That's the other thing. So the key under Massachusetts law, there's 2 prongs. Did she know what she was doing was wrong, and could she have stopped herself? So those are the 2 things the jury's going to have to grapple with. And was she sane? Did she know that doing this was wrong? So, and yes, I agree. The new wife looks very much, it's my daughter. I forgot to turn my phone off. I should have my daughter on. She's busy working, but my youngest is actually coming to New York tomorrow, and she bought into all these conspiracy theories. I'm like, come on, ask your mother. Your mother, me, is following this whole case. So don't buy into all that stuff. So, yeah, she does look like Lindsay. Sometimes I guess guys go for the same type of person, right? Yeah. And the difference is your daughter didn't unalive the 3 children. That's the main thing. I mean, this is one of the worst tragedies imaginable. Yeah, you've got it right. The issue is, like I've said all along, the issue is with her one-time psychosis. Can you be in psychosis? Like I said, can you have a one-off? Well, it would be interesting. It would be interesting if the doctors who treated her after this event, we don't know, did she go into psychosis again when she was being treated for after the incidents? We haven't heard any testimony about that. You can have a psychotic break, like your first one, and then you can have psychotic breaks after that. But of course, she would have been on medication. So we don't know. Oh, the chat's going fast. So Patrick was working from home. He tried not to leave her alone. He left her to get dinner and medicine for the kids. Sylvia's, the argument is she wanted him out of the house so she could commit the crimes, and that's exactly what the Commonwealth wants you to believe. So that's buying into the Commonwealth's theory of first degree M, intent, intent, deliberation. She deliberated. She's had the intent, and premeditation. And premeditation doesn't have to be for a long period of time either. So she could have premeditated this that afternoon, or even an hour before. But so I think she knew right from wrong. That's what the jury is going to have to decide. Did she, at the time of the acts, did she know right from wrong? Not in the hours before, not now, but at the time the crimes were committed. And again, the Commonwealth is using the crimes, using the investigators, the testimony to show that each act took time. It took deliberation. I mean, they're saying it was deliberated because each individual act was quite a horrific act that took time. It didn't occur fast, over several minutes at least, which is just horrible. Did she know? She could know right from wrong and commit this act as if someone else was driving the bus. So if somebody else was driving the bus, like the voices that she heard, then she wouldn't know right from wrong. So that would be the argument there, and that would be the defense argument. People have such a hard time because it's normal looking, while white women who seem to have everything, including a good job, people seem to. Yeah, you know what, Michelle, you do have a good point, because I was speaking with an attorney the other day. I was on a panel with an attorney, and he had a similar case in part of the South Shore in Brockton, where a mother was not white, and she was not wealthy, but she did, I believe she unalived her kids, but it was a situation, and she was convicted. But he thought that if she had been, and nobody focused on it, like I never even heard of it. So it was something that wasn't, I don't even know when it was. I'd have to reach out to him, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all, actually. So here you have another, Lindsay Clancy. She doesn't look attractive now in court, but she was. She came from a nice, like, how does this happen in my neighborhood? You have that kind of thought process. But yeah, it is sad. And I remember remember the Brian Walsh case when his wife Anna went missing. I covered that from the very beginning. Anna was this beautiful woman from Cohasset, an upscale town in the South Shore, missing. But at the same time, you also had somebody from two other people who were missing at the same time, and they were from not desirable neighborhoods, and they were not white and beautiful, and I mean, I'm sure they were beautiful, but the media was not interested in those cases. But they followed, of course, the Anna Walsh case. And now we know that Brian was convicted. I followed that case as well. That was more of a slam dunk. But then, you know, the interesting part about that Brian Walsh trial was, you know, the why. Like, why did he do it? What led him to do those horrible acts? So, wow, this is a long time. He's really allowing the attorneys a lot of time to prepare. Jeez. Oh, wait. So that woman from Brockton, wow. She was just granted a new trial today. That's her. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much. Latricia Sanders. Oh, wow. I'll have to look at that. I don't know. I was just on a panel and I heard about it. So thank you for sharing, because we should follow that case, right? I mean, in fact, I am going to look at that, and it's something we can compare and contrast like tomorrow during lunch or something. So it gives me a chance to look at it. So that was from Brockton in 2018, and you can see she was mentally unwell. Interesting. All right. So that's something we can compare. And I think it's important because, I mean, we certainly saw that in the Brian Walsh case. With Brian Walsh, I couldn't believe that he took the children to Home Depot. I couldn't believe that either. In fact, that's the Home Depot that I always go to. And yeah, I always pass it too after getting off the highway. And I keep thinking, oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, he was at that point, I mean, he was certainly sane, but he was just a psychopath at that point. And he was, I mean, I feel so sorry for those kids. But I call that Home Depot the M Home Depot. So, yeah. Yeah. Why is all this crime happening right around me? Karen Reed happened around me as well. Like that's not that far. It's a half an hour away. Something in the water. I swear. Seriously, you guys are watching these cases from around the world. Brian Walsh, Karen Reed, and now Lindsay Clancy, right in my neck of the woods. Scary.
Back to the matter, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, I'm going to put myself little.
What I wanted to do was hear the arguments in regards to the defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. I know that this was filed this morning, but it's kind of hand in glove with issues that were raised a couple of weeks ago. At least mention the same witnesses. So I'm going to hear first from the defendant. They'll hear from the Commonwealth. I will probably take it under advisement and review some of the other documents, but I want to make this decision as soon as I can, so everybody kind of can plan on how they go based on the decision. So Mr. Reddington, let me hear you first on this.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, I don't have to belabor the obvious. This is a murder trial, very serious business. And we've all been working very hard on the discovery, which, as you can tell, is voluminous. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of state police interviews. And I mentioned, about with the government. They have cops, they have people going out and interviewing, they have videos, they have chemists, they have detectives, they have local cops. They want a cup of coffee, they can send 5 cops down the street to get one. I'm it, except for my son Patrick, who helps me out getting coffee, all right? And the reason I sound frustrated is that they are objecting 2 weeks ago because they need time to review, to cross-examine doctors on very basic items of evidence that are there. Items of evidence. Not one of those witnesses is adding or bringing anything new to the discovery, if you will. And not by way of excuse, but, I am a sole practitioner. In the past, May, June, July, in the past 3 months, I've had a murder, a rape, and 2 back-to-back federal trials that ended 1 week before we impaneled on this case. I have worked really hard to pull this case together with expert witnesses, civilian witnesses, private investigators been investigating. I provide everything to them as soon as I get it, and they have been doing the same with me. I haven't objected to one thing that they have offered. They put an AutoCAD computer animated display disc on my desk last week. I didn't complain about it, run to you and try to exclude it. I said, fine, no problem, put it in my pile and move on. That's it. So to suggest that they need time to be able to cross-examine both, I've had trials with both of these prosecutors. They're both experienced. They're very, very familiar with the trial of major criminal cases. I feel that they're more than capable of being able to cross-examine, for example, number one, Dr. Volkovich, who is a board-certified emergency medicine physician. His report indicates that he has taken a look at South Shore Hospital. He's taken a look at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. He's taken a look at the photographs. That's their evidence. That's all he looked at. And all he's doing is basically what all of their South Shore doctors came in and testified to as to the nature of the injuries, in his opinion, the type of injury that she suffered, talking about the injuries to the right and left wrist as well as the neck. In his opinion, dealing with suicide attempts, that it's a legitimate suicide attempt. There's no secrets. There's nothing new that they have to prepare to cross-examine him on. Dr. Laposada is a doctor that is well known to most of us, and I've been using Dr. Laposada's fine services for the past decade or longer. I know that both of these attorneys are familiar with her. She's not bringing anything new to the table. She's bringing her opinion based upon their evidence as to the medical records, x-rays, all of the rest of the indicia of the injury that she suffered. Now, they're talking about Lindsay going out and hanging off of a window and then doing, like I said, the Spider-Man slide down the side of the house, apparently. Absolutely ridiculous. She dove out that window, she hit her head, and she suffered what Dr. Laposada refers to as a Jefferson fracture of the spine that is very, very, very typical for this type of an injury. When somebody dives into the shallow end of a pool, they get that injury, unfortunately. When somebody, kids are on a boat and they're drunk and one of them jumps off a mast into the shallow end of the water off of Cape Cod, they get that type of injury. Superman, when he gets thrown off the horse, 6 feet high, same injury. That's all. She's not bringing any esoteric theory to this case that they need time to prepare. Interestingly enough, the Brigham and Women's Hospital records do make reference to the Jefferson fracture right from jump. She also assists me, as she always does, on autopsy photographs, any indicia of injuries, and it's her opinion that if they try to say that there are bruises to these little babies that were inflicted by her, they're absolutely wrong, and Dr. Laposada would indicate that these are consistent with either EMT, God bless those first responders, but they were in a panic and they're trying to take care of these kids and pick them up and run them up to their trucks and vehicles. So, and other, obviously, the interosseous injection into the legs, the shins, the thighs, all of these bruises are from medical intervention, not Lindsay Clancy. That's what she would testify to. That's it. They don't need time to prepare to cross-examine for that. Finally, I have Dr. Condi. Dr. Condi signed even better than a report. He signed an affidavit. And again, it's based upon medical records that we all have. Way back when this case first started, the government presented the case to the grand jury. First thing I said to Lindsay was sign a release. Let the government get all the medical records. We'll all have access to them. This case is obviously going to be predicated upon the medical records, psychiatric records. We signed every release. They got every document and had them into the grand jury. I got copies. They have copies. Condi would testify to the horrific, in his opinion, failure to comply with the standard of care that would govern psychiatrists, psychologists, Dr. Tufts, who's going to be testifying tomorrow, nurse practitioner Gelada, the other individual from the McLean Hospital, all records that they've had for years. So they don't need time to prepare for cross-examination. So weeks ago, counsel, after I gave them copies of all of these reports and affidavit, strike that, I'm sorry, the reports I just got, and I just sent them the affidavit from Condi they already have, I disclosed to them what my opinion would be of the opinions from these doctors that would be testifying, and the report carries that out. I suggest to the court that to strip Lindsay's ability to present evidence in support of her defense, number one, it would not be in the interest of justice. I'd like to hear a DA stand up and say, in the interest of justice in this case, because weeks ago we got this information and we're not prepared to testify, to cross-examine the testifying witnesses, I think even Your Honor would agree is a disingenuous argument. She came in and said to you, Rule 14 matters, and it applies to the government just as it applies to the defense, and therefore you should exclude these witnesses. Well, if I messed up, and it's my trial schedule that caused me to not be able to have written reports of the stuff that they've had for years to prepare to cross-examine these witnesses, then it's my fault, and it deprives her of effective assistance of counsel, because that would then deprive her of her defense. This is a pathologist, an emergency room doctor, and a doctor who would testify to the standards that would apply to these doctors that they're going to call as their witnesses, which is another interesting fillip, if you will, where they're calling Tufts, Gelada, the other individuals from McLean, all treating physicians of her that are all lined up to come in and testify against her on this case. Fine, bring it. But at least give me the ammunition to counter it.
Let me ask you this, I kind of go backwards. In regards to Dr. Condi, the affidavit really speaks more towards the standard of care.
That's right. He's not giving an opinion of criminal responsibility.
Right, but I'm struggling to see how that comes in. Now, maybe.
Well, he's the doctor that I'm using for toxicology.
That's what I feel. But the reason I'm asking that is I'm not sure in this case is the standard of care necessarily as relevant as opposed to causation. Do you know what I mean?
I think the standard of care does speak to causation. He doesn't have to use it as standard of care. He can use it as his opinion as to the first doctor that she spoke to, Dr. Tufts, when she presents with a bipolar 1 presentation, and then Tufts prescribes an SSRI to her, which flies in the face of any rational psychiatrist and what they would prescribe and do. He's more than qualified to testify.
That's a different question, and that may be more admissible than someone saying, I found what the standard of care, and I find that this violates it. If we have got an expert who says, listen, I am qualified, I looked at these records, I disagree with that treatment, I'd be more inclined to allow that than to get into the standard of care, which is obviously consistent more with the civil world.
So with that, I can reach out to Dr. Condi and have him delete reference to standard of care in his report and address the actual treatment as to an opinion as to its appropriateness. But again, on the issue that they're raising, that they need time to prepare to cross-examine, I don't think that lies even if he revises his report by removing standard of care.
Well, let me ask you this, because I haven't had an opportunity. This is probably what I'm going to have to look at tonight. Is Dr. Condi adding anything to the expert disclosures that have already been made? Because I know there's disclosures.
He's taking the medical records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean Hospital, and just commenting on the care and the treatment that was presented to her as a patient looking for help. That's all he's doing. He's not adding anything. He's talking about the prescriptions that were provided to her, the SSRIs, the antipsychotics, the benzodiazepines, all of that. That's what his opinion is predicated upon, which is all of the prescriptions that the government has already introduced into evidence and is well aware of.
Right, but I know that the parties have already exchanged reports months ago, and I know that everybody did that. And I haven't had a chance to review specifically the defendant's reports. And I don't, is there an expert who is going to address these kind of issues already?
No. Dr. Condi was my toxicologist and my physician that would give an opinion as to the appropriateness of the treatment that she received, especially as it relates to the prescriptions. I mean, Dr. Laposada is a pathologist. She has nothing to do with it. Dr. Zeisel is a psychologist. He has nothing to do with it. Dr. Resnick is a psychiatrist specializing in infanticide. He's not addressing that issue, and nor is Dr. Spinelli, who is a postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis expert. So Dr. Condi is my expert for toxicology and care, level of care that she received.
All right.
Which guts the defense if their argument that they need time to cross-examine or prepare results in an exclusion.
Okay, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to Dr. Condi, one of my points is going to be that his affidavit addresses the standard of care, which is more of the civil issue, but you've already addressed that with defense counsel's pivot that he would then instead testify about the treatment of the defendant in toxicology. Looking at the affidavit in which he outlines his qualifications, he's not a toxicologist. He's a physician licensed here in Massachusetts. He's done a residency in general psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry, but he's not a toxicologist. And also, it's not just us having all the same records that makes for cross-examination to be fundamentally fair. There's more to cross-examination than just having the underlying data. It's also knowing more about the expert, being able to look into their publications and their prior testimony and being able to prepare to rebut anything that they might testify to. And where we have this late disclosure, which was 1 week prior to trial starting, that's fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. And I think what Dr. Condi would be testifying to, if it's just limited to her treatment and what was prescribed to her, that's covered by the other three experts that defense already has. They all talk about her treatment, the prescription she was on, and the effects those had on her. So I think that would be redundant, and it would be unfair to the Commonwealth to add this fourth expert to talk about the same things that the other three experts are going to talk about when we haven't had a chance to prepare for this particular expert. For Dr. Laposada, what we have is a 2.5-page letter to Attorney Reddington outlining her thoughts, but it doesn't say what her opinions are based on. It doesn't say which materials she's reviewed and what she's relying on. So I would suggest that it's an insufficient report. And again, with the delayed disclosure, for example, she talks about Jefferson fracture causing the injuries. Well, if we had this information previously and knew this is what they were going to argue, we could have obtained our own expert to talk about the mechanism of injury and Jefferson fractures and all of those things. But we weren't told until a week before trial that she would even potentially be a witness. And then we get this report on July 26th. That's a 2.5-page letter.
But didn't we have multiple trauma surgeons, neurosurgeons who've testified, who treated her? Couldn't someone just ask, is that consistent with, and that's pretty much, if I'm looking at Dr. Laposada's no. I'm not sure I would allow in opinions regarding whether or not it's a serious suicide or not, but she does indicate it's consistent with landing on somebody, on an individual's head.
Well, Your Honor, we had a trauma surgeon from the South Shore Hospital testify who said that the injuries that Ms. Clancy sustained were a level 1 and she had to be transported to another hospital where doctors who were trained in those injuries could operate on her. So we didn't think that she would have the knowledge and the training and experience to testify about the nature of those injuries and how they occur. The trauma surgeon from Brigham and Women's Hospital is with the military and is overseas in the Middle East, and so was unavailable. But had we known that this was going to be an issue and they were going to allege this particular type of fracture, we would have endeavored to get another expert in replace of the doctor who treated her at Brigham and Women's. But we didn't know that this would even be an issue until a week before trial. And again, this letter is dated July 26th, and it doesn't tell us which records, which reports, or which, what medical journals or training or anything that these opinions are based on.
Well, that could be done by voir dire. I mean, the Commonwealth has at least inferred through their case that this was not a serious suicide attempt, right? I mean, and there's questions about whether or not somebody's hanging outside the window or not. And so why wasn't this an issue that the Commonwealth could have anticipated would come up?
The position of the Commonwealth isn't that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. It's that the methods that were chosen were insufficient to achieve the goal. And the reasons for that, we would argue in our closing. I don't think we have to disclose that theory at this point, but we've never said it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. We've never said it was a fake suicide attempt. What we've endeavored to develop from the testimony is that the methods that were chosen were methods that would be unsuccessful, but we're not saying it wasn't a serious attempt. And I think the reasons for that will become clearer when the doctors give their testimony. But it's our position that she was attempting to kill herself that night, and there are various reasons and factors where she was unsuccessful in killing herself, but successful in killing her children.
But there's been all kinds of testimony regarding, it seems to be a dispute of whether or not she's hanging from the windowsill or goes out head first. There's some testimony that's been raised, even with the blood experts, things that she may have been hanging from the windowsill. Dr. Lapasato, it seems what they're seeking is those injuries are consistent with somebody who lands on their head.
So would the court allow us to call a witness who's not on our witness list to rebut that evidence?
Yeah, I would consider that. Sure.
I would have no problem
Yeah.
with that.
And this is kind of what, why I didn't make a decision on this earlier, because I had to kind of see how the case develops. And this issue of how this injury occurs is certainly, it's either been specifically and explicitly raised or inferred in multiple questions. Even to the length to the part, the cuts and things like that. It's been over and over and over. So if the Commonwealth seeks to get somebody to rebut that, I would strongly consider that. And in regards to Dr. Lapasada's opinion, we may need a voir dire in regards to, but I wouldn't imagine the voir dire would take that long. It would be, did you view, the x-rays? I mean, that kind of an injury is probably pretty clear on the x-rays or the MRIs.
If we could get a list from defense counsel on what she's basing her opinion on, so we can have our witness review the same material.
I'm just telling you right now, it's just simple. It's just the South Shore Hospital medical records, Brigham and Women's medical records that have already been discussed with the jury.
Why don't we do this, just so it's clear, because when a witness is on the stand, it's much easier to have something in writing to say, is this what you relied on? So if you could get from Dr. Lapasada what she is relying upon to form that opinion, I'm like I said, I'm inclined to allow that opinion. And I would allow then the Commonwealth to present a rebuttal witness if they seek to.
And just note our objection
Sure.
to that. But also the third expert, what we have here is a letter dated August 4th. That's a page and a half. That's not even signed by, I believe it's Dr. Volkovich.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with that. Is whether or not the opinion is admissible. The opinion, as I see it, is he's reviewed the medical records, and it's his opinion these are injuries that commonly observed in the quote is serious suicide attempts.
We could delete serious.
Yeah, I mean, or even suicide attempts. That's an opinion.
Their doctors waxed eloquently about suicide and whether or not it's. I mean, they really serious.
But I'm just concerned that how are we going to kind of parse out what he looked at? 100 other cases, and then we go through into all of those. So I'm going to have to take a look. That's what I'm going to take under advisement for sure. That doesn't mean he may have other opinions I'm going to have to look at. I think he talked about some of his observations as an emergency room doctor, I think, didn't he? Yeah, I'm more reluctant to allow in that individual's opinion that this was a suicide attempt.
So their South Shore doctors are able to talk about, superficial, as we've heard for a week now, but his opinion that it's consistent with what he's observed in his emergency room treatment is not admissible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that he can't necessarily give the opinion, I've looked at this, it's my opinion, this was a suicide attempt. But he could certainly testify, I've looked at the cuts. These are, the phrase superficial. I think that's been kind of mixed up in this whole thing too. That seems to be more of a medical term as opposed to
well, no, that. They basically beat it to death with not being a medical term until we were able to show that in fact it was deep, 3.5 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call this doctor, he's going to say that's a significant cut.
Okay.
That's different than saying, looking at that, I find that this is a suicide attempt. Just like there's never been an opinion here that this was not a suicide attempt. That's probably something that the jury
now, but it wasn't a week ago.
Well, that's going to probably be for the jury to determine. But I would allow kind of going into the characteristics that have already been testified to. And I don't. We need a further voir dire on that doctor as well. But I think he lists in there kind of what he reviewed. But
he did.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Anything else in regards to those three witnesses? Nope. All right. No. So I'm going to take this under advisement, but just kind of for what I'm inclined to do is I'm going to take a look at Dr. Condi's report and compare it to some of the other reports. I'm inclined to let Dr. La Posada testify that the injuries are consistent with basically a fall on the head. And the last doctor, I'm going to take a look at kind of his language, but I would not be allowing in that his opinion that this is a suicide attempt. But he may testify as to all the other observations that he took from those records. All right.
Understood. Just no objection for what it's worth.
All right. And so I'll note the Commonwealth's objection. I'll note the defendant's objection. And so, and like I said, I'll take it under advisement, and everybody can renew those objections
As
again.
It relates to Condi, once you make your decision, you let me know. I can certainly reach out to him and have him delete this standard as to standard of care and just reference the actual treatment and prescriptions that you received.
All right. All right. So I'll take a look at this. I'll have this tomorrow morning for everybody when you come in.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
So anything else we need to address?
Just in case there's a problem, Dr. La Posada has been working with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Drake, Drake Laboratories, that is putting together an auto computer animated display of coming out the window, the injuries to the neck, showing the vertebrae and that type of thing, which is all based upon evidence that's already in evidence here. So I haven't got it yet. It's not done yet. So I don't want to not say anything about it now because they'll be objecting to it tomorrow, I'm sure.
I assume we'll have to take a look at that and give the Commonwealth the opportunity to view it and hear the arguments in regards. It may be something nobody has objected to, or maybe, I don't know. All right.
Would have an objection to it, and it
You don't know. You haven't seen it.
It goes back to the whole position that, you know, we have the right to, if we want to obtain another expert, and then that
Sure.
expert could review that material and you know, use it to form his opinion. This is different than the 3D diagram of the house that the Commonwealth gave. The defense was on notice that was coming, the basis of it, the measurements, what the house looked like itself, and so that was turned over. This is completely different.
And I just note that, as I said, the medical records that the government has talks about Jefferson fracture. You might remember 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago when they first raised their objection, I told you that I can't know what they're going to argue until they argue it. So I didn't know whether or not they were going to say that it's a fake suicide or that she didn't jump out the window. I had to wait to see what their opening was. Now I know I have to rebut it.
We were almost out of here till you mentioned that 3D
sorry.
thing. So why don't we do this? We'll wait on that. All right. I'm not committing one way or the other in regards to that. We'll see. You know, so you maybe the testimony with the 3D, the testimony without the 3D. We'll just kind of see where we go. All right. All right. So thanks everybody for kind of buckling down and going through that so we could resolve that as best we can. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. So it looks like we have the rest of the afternoon off. And let me just talk to you guys a little bit about Rule 14, which I had to comply with back when I was a prosecutor. Always rules on discovery, whether you're civil or a criminal attorney. So in Massachusetts, Rule 14 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure is the foundational rule that governs pretrial discovery. It explicitly dictates that evidence that the prosecution and the defense they must share it with each other before a criminal case goes to trial, especially expert testimony, expert reports. So it seems as if Kevin Reddington was late providing the reports for these experts that he wants to bring on. And one of them is Dr. LaPosada, who we all remember from the Karen Reed trial. So he gave the Commonwealth notice only 2 weeks prior to trial. We already heard this argument, I'd say maybe a day or so or around the time the trial started, and the judge denied Kevin Reddington's request to put the witnesses on. But Reddington renewed his request of course he explained, he said, Judge, he is older, but my gosh, he just had 2 major trials and then he was getting ready for this trial. So he was blaming himself. He said, I'm just a solo practitioner here. So he said, please don't blame my client, blame me. So, 2 weeks prior to trial doesn't give you very much time. It appears that they have a team of 2 primarily working on this, as far as I can see. As a prosecutor, you need to be prepared, and Kevin Reddington wants Dr. LaPosada to testify in particular about Lindsay Clancy's injuries when she jumped out the window. She claims that LaPosada will talk about she fell on her head, which counters the prosecution's argument that this was this attempt, the attempt to unalive herself, was contrived because she knew what she had done. So the judge did agree with Reddington to some extent. He's like, yeah, you know what? We have heard a lot of testimony about the way she went out the window, the blood stains on the side of the house, and the inference that she let herself down easy because she really deep down didn't want to do what she did to herself, she did to the kids to herself. So the Commonwealth seems to be inferring that this was not a serious unaliving attempt, but then they kind of went back on. They said, "Oh no, we do think it was." That was kind of weird, right? And the judge is like, "What? Well, there's a lot that's coming out that you think that the the wounds on her head, basically on her neck and her wrists were superficial. So even the judge says, well, all that is coming out. I heard it. So the issue, and he said to the Commonwealth, he said, couldn't you have anticipated this issue? You've got all of this evidence about superficial wounds. And so it seems to me that the judge has put this under advisement. He'll have the official ruling tomorrow. It seems to me that he will bend on this issue. He will likely allow Dr. LaPosada's testimony about that, that she fell on her head, that she did sustain serious injuries. There was testimony that she was hanging, sort of like hanging from the windowsill. And so that's the contention here, that no, that the defense is saying this was actually something very seriously. She was in a psychotic state still, and she wanted to unalive herself. That was part of the psychotic plan. So I think that what he will do is, he indicated that he will likely allow the Commonwealth to call a witness to rebut Dr. LaPosada, whatever she says. And he will probably allow a voir dire of these experts that he agrees can be called outside of the presence of the jury. So voir dire means they'll bring the witness to the stand. The jury's, inside eating a snack, so not in the courtroom. And he'll allow the attorney, the prosecution, to ask questions and see the reports of that witness, and then he'll allow, whether that witness will be allowed to testify. So again, this is a Rule 14 issue. It comes up all the time. It came up, as you will recall, in the Karen Reed trial. But again, attorneys must play by the rules, but sometimes judges do bend a little bit because, you want to make sure that this isn't appealed based on that. So anyway, that's what I got. Oops, now I'm not there. Here I am. So that's what I have for you guys today. What time is it? Oh, it's 3:43, so 3:45. Again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody following along in the chat, or if you're just listening on your headphones. I appreciate it, because I do put a lot of work into this channel, and I put a lot of research into the case. So I want to try to share with you my experiences as a prosecutor, trial attorney, tell you a little bit about the rules and the reason for the rules, and some history of the law, which we went into. But thank you so much, and thank you for all your comments. I appreciate, no matter which side you're on here, I like to hear from you, because yes, I do give the legal analysis, but I also try to picture myself as a member of the jury, and I'd like to hear all opinions and listen to this case with a very open mind. And again, I'm not one to sensationalize. I just want to tell you the law, what I think. So I really appreciate it. And do me a favor, press the like button and subscribe and spread the word, because I'd appreciate that. It's a relatively new channel, and this is what I'm doing, and I enjoy doing it. I feel like I'm teaching. I feel like I'm back in the classroom teaching at BC. So anyway, thank you very much. And with that, I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. My issue is, what the heck am I going to wear tomorrow? When you're live streaming every day, it's like, I'm going to run out of outfits, but I'll just have to repeat and you guys won't care, right? All right. Well, have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.